Central Time. And I'd like to call this meeting of the SRC Standards Review Committee together. And in order to do that, we'd like to have a roll call vote to make sure we have a quorum. So Vice Chair Hilliard, will you please call the roll?
Yes, the appropriate response would be here or present. Miss Baird.
Present.
Miss Dockery.
Present.
Mr. Hilliard present. Miss Now.
Present.
Miss Singletary.
Present.
Dr. Stout.
Present.
Miss Winters. Not present. Chair Kernagis.
Present.
Chair Kernagis, you have a quorum.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard. Since this meeting is done by video, we would have to make sure that you all accept that as the minutes of the meeting, and that will take another vote, but we can do that by either saying aye or nay. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, the motion passes. Now, we have some information to go through because we're doing this online, and we're going to have Brianna Summers talk to us about that.
Yeah, I can read your statement of necessity, given the fact that the meeting's online. The Tennessee State Board of Education, English Language Arts, Standards Recommendation Committee, SRC, called an electronic meeting at 3:30 Central today, October 7th, 2025. This meeting is called to continue proposing revisions to the ELA standards. Due to the time-sensitive nature of the items on the committee's agenda and the fact that committee members reside across the state, it was determined that a physical quorum of members could not be assembled in Nashville for the purposes of this meeting. As such, this meeting should be conducted electronically. Notice of this meeting was posted on the State Board's website along with the agenda and instructions for accessing the meeting.
Well, thank you, Brianna. Members and presenters, please raise your hand or say Chair Kernagis out loud in order to be recognized. Members and presenters, please turn off your microphone in front of you unless you're speaking. Remind others to turn on their microphone if they're speaking without it, so the recording can capture all the discussion. For the benefit of all Tennesseans, please avoid the overuse of jargon and acronyms where possible, and we certainly have a lot of those. Let's make sure everybody understands what we're talking about if they're listening in. We'll now proceed with our next item on the agenda. Coach Chair Hilliard, where did we leave off, please?
We left off with the final few remaining journalism standards for Journalism 4. We were nearly done with journalism, but we had a few remaining conversations to have there. And then once we're done with that, we can move on to a new elective. That is on the elective tab, and then we left off on, I believe it is row 103. Actually, maybe we had not, I don't think we had finished conversation about row 102. I apologize. So we're still on row 102. I think we left off because there was some uncertainty about how to proceed there. Okay. Give everybody a second to just locate that tab.
So we added something there.
Yeah, we were, if I could recall, we were having this conversation because normally for the J1 through 3 standards, we had largely not had a ton of progression in the standards. It was pretty comparable. And then in this J4 standards, we were introducing language about along with the teacher and or administration, evaluating appropriate language conventions or evaluating things. Here, we were not sure whether to use the language of evaluation that we had used elsewhere, and I think there was perhaps some conversation about whether this should read along with the teacher and or administration, or it should just say along with the teacher. So on J412 was reading along with the teacher and or administration, manage roles and procedures, and demonstrate knowledge of production techniques to create various media.
I don't have a problem with that. Anybody have a problem with that? Hearing none, let's pass it and move on.
Okay. The one distinction there, and this is, I'm fine with this, but it's just we have been using evaluate along with the teacher and administration in the previous standards in J4, rather than manage and demonstrate. But I am fine with shifting to manage and demonstrate if we feel like that's the appropriate language. I'm just flagging that so that we
Yeah,
are.
I think that's the next step in the progression.
Well, that would not be part of the progression. That is the progression, is moving from to evaluate at the J4 level is what was our intentional choice with other standards to create a progression. But I think we had decided in our last meeting that maybe evaluate was not appropriate here.
Right.
Just was simply flagging that as we progress forward with the next few standards.
And I agree.
Okay.
I don't hear any problems.
Okay. And then let me find, I should have done this prior to the meeting. I apologize. The previous standard that corresponds with demonstrate knowledge of business management, including advertising, distribution, our J3 version of that reads demonstrate knowledge of business operations, including advertising, promotion, distribution, and accounting procedures. Would we still like to include that language about along with the teacher and or administration, like we've done with previous J4 standards?
I don't see any controversial items in there. That's more of a business operation. The other had to do with content, I believe. We wanted to make sure that they knew how far they could go in a school newspaper.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an extent to which that would probably be necessary, and especially accounting for like accounting procedures. Anytime a student's dealing with anything related to money, that's probably something they should work alongside teacher and administration for. But I'm just simply trying to emulate the language that is in the proposed standard, which does include that
I'm
along
good with that. I'm good with that because of
Um,
what you said.
Sorry if I might be repeating something. My baby's being a little distracting. Um, so along with teacher demonstrate knowledge feels weird to me. I feel like if they're going to do something along with the teacher, it should be something above just demonstrating knowledge. Has that been discussed?
Yeah, I mean, what we've used other places was evaluate or manage. I mean, I guess it could be manage business operations, including advertising, promotion, distribution, and accounting procedures.
I think you have reached that perfect word. Yes.
Does
I think
that sound
there-
appropriate, Ms. Dockery?
Say
How
it
does
again.
that-
I'm sorry.
It was manage business operations instead of demonstrate knowledge of business operations.
That sounds much better to me.
Thank you for bringing that up, Annie. Yeah, let's make that work.
Okay, just did. All right. And then in our previous iteration of this standard, the J3 version, we said identify and use multimedia elements that adhere to a style to enhance visual appeal, e.g. graphic design, design procedures, layout, video production. Do we feel as though we need to make any edits to the language of that standard to move it to the J4 level?
I don't think so, unless there's something about creativity, but
So the progression that was built previously in the J3, J4 jump was shifting the verb of understand and utilize to the verb apply. but I don't know if I necessarily see a huge jump in the language of use versus apply. Those to me seem like they are essentially identical.
I agree. Anybody have anything else to add there? I think we crafted a good one that we can move up.
Okay. We had then deleted the subsequent two standards on the previous levels. Are we comfortable doing the comparable thing and removing J416 and J417, feeling as though that those are both captured within our previous standard?
Absolutely, yes. Economy.
If that is comfortable for everyone, then we now have one remaining journalism standard. This one is a new journalism standard. It is not present in any of the previous courses, so we don't really have a predecessor to work from. We'll just have to work from the proposed standard. And that reads, identify entry-level media work experiences, research educational paths within these industries, and research how careers in these industries are evaluated for job performance. I take that back. There is a predecessor to this. I apologize.
Yeah, and we added contest to that one.
Right. Are we comfortable? Yeah, my apologies for that. It wasn't in J1, J2, but it was in J3. Our language was identify student journalism contests and entry-level media work experiences, research educational paths within these industries, and research how careers in these industries are evaluated for job performance. Are we comfortable maintaining that language for J4 as well?
I am. I would assume there might be some internships they're talking about here, but again, this leaves the flexibility for the teacher. And if they have that internship a possibility, they could still use it under that standard, I think.
Yeah, I would say that entry-level media work experiences would encapsulate that to some extent.
I did have a note based on Chair Kanagas mentioned. For J14, we could potentially change it to identify and use multimedia elements to create a style to enhance visual appeal if we wanted to level it up. I think it's fine as it is, but if we wanted to level it up, that could be a way to do that.
Okay, that added that. I'd like to hear from Dr. Stout about that. I know that you talked about creativity in this before.
I like it.
You like it?
Yep, no objection.
Let's roll with it then. I like what you said.
So then the expectation would then be for all journalism 4 students to create a style.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you think that's feasible?
I worry a little bit about the confines that places on classrooms. I thought we had the conversation that adhering to a style allowed for the possibility of creating a style and then adhering to said style. I thought that was our intention with our language previously. I'm not opposed to it, and this is not my world. Certainly Dr. Stout knows way more about this world than I do. That's my only misgiving.
Yeah, keeping it the way it is fine with me.
Well, I liked it when I heard it. I still like it because I think it's just one more level. And I think it adds some more difficulty to that and challenge.
It does. I'm just not 100% certain that is a challenge that we want to consistently apply to every single journalism 4 student in the state. If we feel that is the case, then I'll fall in behind it. I don't know. My intention with all the elective standards is to try to create enough range of possibility that we don't accidentally put confines around how the class is instructed just because of language that we're trying to I don't want to create, in our attempt to create rigor, I don't want to place confines around the class that might otherwise cause difficulty for classroom teachers.
So let me offer another suggestion. We're looking at J14, right?
Yes.
Identify and use multimedia elements that both innovate and adhere to a style to enhance visual, blah, blah, blah.
I can live
So
with
can
that.
we ask them to innovate and adhere to a style? Not necessarily innovate that style, but use these methods innovatively. is what I'm trying to communicate.
I like what you're saying. I have lived through a number of seniors who are there just in body, okay? And I'm not looking for fellow travelers in journalism 4 that want to be there and not advance themselves. So, in my opinion, I think if we ask them to innovate, if they're going to sign up for the class, they need to know what's expected of them. And that's my take.
So, Chair Carnegie, is that in agreement with Dr. Stout's
It
language?
certainly is.
Okay. I feel more comfortable with that language.
How about you, Ms. Dockery?
I'm good with it. Yeah, I like it.
Thank you, Dr. Stout.
So the language would be,
It's just adding the word innovate, multimedia elements that innovate and, okay, and adhere.
okay, so identify and use multimedia elements that innovate and adhere to a style to enhance visual appeal. Okay. Are we comfortable with that? Okay.
Yes.
Then we are done with the journalism standards. I would propose, in keeping with what we've done elsewhere, we go take a look at the supporting language for journalism, just to ensure we feel good about that supporting language. There is a little bit more of it just because it is 4 separate courses. It is on pages 6 and 7 of the supporting language document. I know I'm not teaching high schoolers because no comment was made on the fact that I said 6 and 7.
So proud. I'm pulling it up as we speak. Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard.
Can you remind me what folder that's in again?
Yes, happy to. Okay, so SRC, and I can put the link in the chat if that's helpful. SRC, then prep work,
Prep work, okay, perfect.
then standards, then proposed standards. And then this is specifically the one for electives, since we're merging them after this. And I will put that up on the screen and put it in the chat. Let's see. Okay, chat. There we go. And y'all are experts at this point, but just a reminder, if you want to make a change to the language, please use track changes up here and just go for it. If it's a substantive edit, just give that rationale, clarity for educators, whatever it may be. And if it's just a correction, then just go for it. Don't put the comment. And then, oh, that's visual literacy. Oh, here it is. Journalism 1. And so it takes you, as Vice Chair Hilliard mentioned, a couple pages through.
Okay, do you want to walk us through piece by piece?
Sure, I can do that. Yeah, so journalism 1 with, I believe that's, Dr. Stout's proposed edits would read, the primary goal of any journalism program should be for students to improve communication skills through experiential learning. That would be our course description. I think we might want to pull some of the language from the other journalism courses, because if you look at the other journalism course descriptions, they say this course provides blank, or this course provides blank, and this course provides blank, and this one just jumps straight into the primary goal of any journalism program should be to do this. So maybe an additional sentence that says what this course provides might be beneficial there. The journalism 2 standard or course description, for instance, reads, the course provides a continued exploration of skills necessary in media writing and publishing. So perhaps we could add a sentence to this that just simply reads, this course provides an introductory exploration of skills necessary in media writing and publishing?
I agree with that 100%. We have to discriminate it from just a plain generic speech class because we didn't say enough about writing, I don't think, in the initial iteration that you talked about. I like the way you worded it. Does anybody have problems with that? Hearing none, let's accept that and move on.
There is an additional sentence in the Journalism 2 standard that reads, in addition to actively engaging communication skills, students will explore ethics, particularly, paying close attention to plagiarism and disinformation. They do that at the Journalism 1 class as well, so are we comfortable moving that sentence up to the Journalism 1 course description as well?
Sure.
Actually, I given how close the standards are for Journalism 1 and 2, I would think that the course descriptions should read very similarly. Does everyone agree there?
Yes.
Okay. So then I think the additional language after that reads, journalism programs should provide students opportunities to strengthen speech, research, grammar, interviewing, and content creation skills, along with practicing production for publications, broadcast, and digital media. Probably should move up as well, just for the sake of consistency.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Um,
Nothing to add, anybody? Nope. Okay, roll.
Just 1 second. You guys might want to go ahead and just take a look at Journalism 2 and 3 as well, because I'm gonna need to make a few because when I copied and pasted this over, it incorporated both the track changes and the original changes, so I just need to make a few edits. So I don't want to hold everybody up while I'm doing that.
No, did we just finish 2, 3? Are we doing 3, 4 now?
I do think we need to look at content standards as well, because, well, I know we need to look at content standards because one of the writing standards we're aligning this to no longer exists. So we'll need to take a look at that, but I just would, if possible, I would like to go ahead and just finish up these edits to the first course description before we do that.
Okay. Brianna, can you make it just a little larger, please?
I'd be happy to. And I made a mistake, and I'm so sorry. Which is weird. I guess you'll have commenting access. So this is the because I was like, why are my track changes on here? Because first of all, I just pulled over the track changes from your predecessor. So it says me, but it actually isn't me. It's just when I copied it over, it made me the author. This is your review version. Who is on the right version? Annie's on the right version, or Miss Dockery, Lucas, Vice Chair Hilliard, and Dr. Stout are on the correct version. I put the wrong one in the chat. That's on me. I apologize. Let me put, because basically there was a version for you to see the track changes, and then there was a clean one that's so you could see what your predecessors did, and then there's a clean one that assumed that you were okay with all those changes, which of course you can revert. And then the version that we'll move forward with. Let me know if that's unclear, but I will put the correct one in the chat. I was like, something is not looking right. My name should not be on this. So let me put that one up. And yes, Chair Kanagas, I will zoom in.
Thank you.
Let's try that again. So, Dr. Stout, this version is in, that was the other reason why I was like, this does not feel right. It's in your Workdays document, because those are all the working versions of all the files. No, one more time. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, so it should say for member feedback. I'm just double checking all this before I lead you astray again. There we go. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I can read it.
Happy to. Okay. Yeah, here are all of that. It's okay.
Okay. So are we ready to take a look again?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the content standards portion for journalism 1, 2, 3, 4, they're pretty consistent. Reads, the student will understand and use oral, written, and visual communication. This elective expands on writing standards WTTP 1 through WTTP 3 and WPDW 6, as well as speaking and listening standards. Standard for this course will align with the English 1, 2 ELA standards. The one thing we absolutely have to change here is that WPDW6 no longer exists. That was our previous standard about the use of technology.
Mhm.
Use technology, including the internet, to produce and publish writing and to interact and collaborate with others. That got collapsed into a different standard now. So either we need to just simply eliminate that language, or we need to align it to the standard that best aligns with that. So I thought if you don't mind, I could read you the cornerstones for the writing, the 4, 5, and 6 writing standards, and we could see if those we feel like are necessary to include here as well.
Okay.
Writing standard 4's cornerstone reads, develop and strengthen writing as needed by planning, revising, editing, rewriting, or trying a new approach. Do we feel as though that aligns with what's happening in the journalism course?
It's not the technology piece, but I would say it's a pretty huge part of a journalism class.
I would agree.
I thought I added, yeah, digital. I tried to add them to the rest of them.
Yes, you read my mind, Dr. Stout. I'm transferring any changes y'all just made over so you don't have to do them again. And I'll just
Oh, did I put them on the wrong thing?
I sent you the wrong thing, so that's fully my responsibility. So I'm double checking that everything moved over, and this was you read my mind. So I'm just gonna
Apologies.
change them, and I'm gonna write who they're from.
What's the number of that standard that we just added? WTTP?
That would be WPDW4.
Okay. So we can add that. Take off the 6, make it a 4.
Okay. And then our writing RBPK 5 cornerstone reads, conduct short as well as more sustained research projects based on focus questions demonstrating new understanding of the subject under investigation.
No, that's certainly part of journalism, is it not? Yeah, that's good reference.
And then RW6 says write routinely over extended time frames, time for research, reflection, and revision, and shorter time frames, a single sitting or a day or two for a range of task purposes and audiences.
Yes.
So if that's the case, then because that was kind of my suspicion, was that all the writing standards would apply here. I think we could simply say this elective expands on the writing standards and speaking and listening standards.
Why
Because
not?
therefore, that would be all writing standards as well as
Yes.
all speaking and listening
Yeah, I
standards.
agree. Just take off all the W's and P's.
Okay, so now the core content standards would read, the student will understand and utilize oral, written, digital, and visual communication. This elective expands on writing and speaking and listening standards. Standards for this course will align with the English 1, 2 ELA standards.
What does that mean?
I can speak to that. I think it's mostly driven by the fact that this is a 9-12 course, and we know that generally students who are taking journalism 1 would probably be in grades 9 and 10 or taking English 1 and 2. I think the only significant scaffolding there is hopefully in journalism 4, yeah, you move on to the 3, 4. But of course, we know a random senior might randomly take journalism 1, and that's good too.
Yeah, and I also, we actually make that jump to English 3, 4 in the journalism 2 class and maintain it through journalism 2, 3, and 4. Given what was just said about the various levels at which people take these classes, I'm not 100% sure we should include the language about English 1 and 2 standards, especially since we've already specified writing and speaking and listening standards in the previous. I get the intent, but I worry about putting confines around English 1, English 2 ELA standards, given that older students might be taking this course, or for the higher level courses that, there's the potential possibility of younger students taking them as well.
I go along with that for that reason.
No, I don't want to lose anything essential. So, I mean, we could just simply say standards for this course will align with the English 1 through 4 ELA standards, just to encapsulate everything, which is kind of what we're already doing with writing standards and speaking and listening standards, I would think. But if that feels too broad, then I understand.
Why is it necessary to make that statement?
I don't
Isn't
know.
that an assumption?
I suppose so. I would suppose. I just didn't want to lose something if it was necessary to have there, given that this is not my world.
Yeah.
But if we feel like that is assumed, then
Yeah, I think it's superfluous.
Yeah, I defer to Tammy. I want to say that this was existing language from the predecessors, like the currently active standards, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah, it was. We just maintained it.
Amy, do you feel like anything would be lost by deleting it?
I don't think so. They should follow good grammar and content and communication rules always when they write. But you don't always know what teacher is going to be teaching that. We're assuming it's going to be an English teacher. It may be someone who doesn't have that experience. So that's the only iffy part I'm worried about. If they send someone in there that's never really taught a grammar class.
Could we take the previous sentence where it says this elective expands on writing standards and speaking and listening standards and just simply say this elective aligns with and expands on language standards, writing standards, reading standards, and speaking and listening standards, just to run the gamut there and to make it clear that we're building on the English standards?
I hate to use that long of a list, but that may be what you have to do.
I like that. I think that covers it all very well.
I apologize if I'm misremembering, but in our previous meeting, I think that we had also a discussion about the elective standards and how we had intentionally said in some of the standards that they wouldn't align with the ELA standards, or not that they wouldn't align, but they would not completely align. And so I would think that the language where we're expanding upon the standards would be more appropriate.
Okay. Okay, so this elective expands on language standards, writing standards.
You said reading standards.
Yeah, I was I was blanking on what the 4 types of standards were there for a second. And speaking and listening standards. So this elective expands on language standards, reading standards, writing standards, and speaking and listening standards. So should we specify all of those standards for high school ELA courses, or do we feel like that's understood?
It's understood.
It really should be when they're offered because it's listed grades 9 through 12. So that should be understood.
Yeah, so just take off that last sentence.
Okay, so this elective expands on language standards, reading standards, writing standards, and speaking and listening standards.
Yes, well said. No problems with that? Okay, let's roll.
Okay, the language for Journalism 2 for the course description reads exactly the same as Journalism 1, except instead of saying provides an introductory exploration, it provides a continued exploration. So it's building rigor in that way, or I guess the rigor is built in the class, not in the course description, but that reflects the increase. And then I presume we would want to just keep the same language for content standards that we edited and move it down to journalism 2 as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 1 second as I do that. All right, journalism 3. Course description changes up a little bit. It says, this course provides in-depth and hands-on work in journalism. Activities in this class should include production techniques for broadcast and publication. Students will also research and understand the work environment in journalism fields.
I like that.
My only concern is journalism 1 and 2 not hands-on?
I think somewhere it says experiential learning. Was that a sentence or did we take that out?
I think that got removed, so
that got removed.
I'm happy to add that back to journalism 1 and 2 though. So I think I see where that is useful.
If I recall correctly from y'all's previous conversations, the biggest jump was like the doing it myself, coaching my peers, sort of leading the group. That felt like one of the big scaffolds.
So I don't feel like hands-on is necessarily happening just at the journalism 3 level. So perhaps we could just even eliminate the hands-on, since hands-on is applying to all of these courses.
Yes.
The course provides.
I guess I would be in favor of adding it
Okay.
to all instead of eliminating it to kind of, I feel like you have to call attention to what you want to call attention to, and this is a practical class.
Okay.
Anybody have any objection to that? Then let's add it on.
Okay. The language is slightly different. So if we take a look at journalism 1 and 2, if someone could kind of identify the place to add that language about hands-on, that would be helpful.
This course provides a hands-on introductory exploration. I mean, I just keep it simple.
So hands-on, comma, introductory exploration. And then with journalism 2's course description read, this course provides a hands-on, comma, continued exploration.
Any problem with that?
That phrasing sounds a little weird to me, but I'm probably just caring too much
No.
about small things like that.
None of us have cared too much. Right, Annie? Do you have alternate language to offer here?
So you could put in the second sentence, in addition to hands-on engagement in communication skills. You could just put hands-on in the second sentence if it feels better. So that would say, in addition to hands-on
Yeah.
engagement in communication skills.
Okay.
So either, I don't care, either
Okay.
way where it goes.
I think that reads a little better personally, if others agree.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you need in addition to hands-on engagement in communication skills or with, you need a preposition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so in addition to hands-on engagement in communication skills, students will explore ethics. Okay. Okay, so are we good with that then? Okay, so again, journalism 3 says this course provides in-depth and hands-on work in journalism. are we good with that language for the course description for journalism 3?
Yep.
Could we add in that language that Miss Summers was mentioning about here, like the coaching aspect? Is that beneficial to add in there? And I don't know, in journalism and coaching peers, something like that.
I don't know if this is the place. We've added it back in there in the standards, I believe, but I don't know that we need to put it in the course description or content standards at this point. We've got it in there.
I think students will also research and understand the work environment in journalism. I think some language about coaching peers could be useful. Students will also coach peers on important journalistic concepts. As well as research and understand the work environment in journalism fields.
Anybody have any difficulty with that? Okay, we accept it as amended.
Okay. And then I suppose the language we've done elsewhere, we'll just simply move down. Which I didn't do a great job of copying and pasting for journalism 2, so I'll need to clean up journalism 2 as well as journalism 3 there. Did not realize with track changes how clunky copy paste is.
Yes, it makes a lot of assumptions. It wants you to do it yourself every time, which annoys me as well. Don't, do whatever is fastest, Vice Chair Hilliard. As long as we have that rationale to look back on, I'm not too pressed.
Yeah, I think we've basically got it now. Okay. And then journalism 4 reads, this course provides students with hands-on production training in various areas of journalism. Activities in this class should include production techniques for broadcast and publications. Students will also research and understand the work environment and leadership expectations in the field of journalism. So probably just bring the language down about coaching peers and important journalistic concepts.
One flag that when you copy pasted that it didn't carry over from journalism 1, your correction 2 aligns with in favor of expands. So in journalism 2, journalism 3.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know that we need to carry over the coaching because they've been coached and they're ready to rock by the time they get into 4.
It's certainly in the standards that we've got language about coaching peers. So that's why I would bring it over.
There's also some language about that, I guess, shared decision making between the teacher and admin as well.
Yeah.
And there's also talk about experiential learning or exploring vocational opportunities in journalism that is not contained in there that we might want to put in there.
I think that's in the course description where it says students will also research and understand the work environment and leadership expectations in the field of journalism.
It doesn't talk about vocational opportunities, though.
Okay, then if we're going to add any language about vocational opportunities, we need to add it to 3 as well, because that language is the same in 3 and 4.
Well, when we looked at journalism 4 and the objectives or the standards, there was that one standard about looking, yeah, and that was in 4 and not in 3.
That was actually, I misspoke there originally. It is in 3 and 4.
Oh,
The same standard is in both.
okay. Well, then, yes, I think we need to put that in there because I think that's important.
Okay, could someone, since we all have the ability to track changes on here, could someone potentially draft up that language for 3 and 4 if we feel like it's not captured there currently?
Annie, I see you thinking. Are you writing too?
Currently reading, but I'll make an attempt.
Understand the work environment and vocational opportunities in journalism fields. Work environment and vocational opportunities, I think, are two different things. Can you add that in there?
So it currently reads research and understand the work environment, and so we
And
would be adding-
vocational opportunities.
Okay. So it would read research and understand the work environment and vocational opportunities and leadership expectations in the field of journalism. I suppose we would want to say work environment, comma, vocational opportunities and leadership expectations.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I can add that to the previous standard as well.
There's some rigor. Takes us out the door.
I've been trying to draft something about the additional role that Journalism 4 students have in kind of managing. But I would certainly like to hear what other folks think about my language I'm using here, since journalism isn't really my domain, so I'm probably not using the exact language that would be preferable. Students will also coach peers in important journalistic concepts, manage production alongside their teacher and/or administration, and research and understand the work environment, vocational opportunities, and leadership expectations in the field of journalism.
I'd say that's perfect. I see a lot of head nods, Co-Chair Hilliard, so let's take it as amended
Okay.
and move on.
Okay, let me just add that language really quickly to the content standards portion of the standard, or the course description, which should not take long. And then we'll be done with this one.
All of journalism, so we're ready to move on to a whole nother set elective.
I believe so, yes. If we're good with those edits to the.
We are.
Okay.
What's next?
I think for the sake of Dr. Stout, so that she could be involved in the Bible standards conversation, I think we can move to Bible standards next, if
Let's
that
do
feels
that.
all right to
Mhm.
folks.
What other standards are there besides the Bible?
We have Bible, we have linguistics, and etymology and linguistics. We have visual literacy. And that is it. So visual literacy, etymology, and linguistics, and
Let's speed through the Bible, chapter and verse.
okay. Bible are at the bottom of this spreadsheet. They are starting on row 173.
One thing I'll draw y'all's attention to is these standards were last updated in 2009. So your predecessors did make some significant changes, mostly related to updating them and modernizing them. Since they had not been looked at since 2009, they paid particularly close attention to a statute, which Rachel Supay, our general counsel, you may have remembered, covered in your training. And I can pull the statute and put it in the chat, but one of the most important things is it talks about it'll be taught in a non-devotional, non-conversion, it's an academic study, and obviously as an ELA elective. Tammy, please jump in. But my understanding of their approach was to, treat it as a, very influential piece of literature and build off from there. So the other piece that they built in were adding strands. You'll notice it's literature, context, and art. And I heard them speak in detail about like the Bible is literature, the Bible is art, and the Bible in context. Tammy, what am I forgetting here?
That is what we tried to do. We tried to keep it as, not that anyone would, but if they wanted to lay another religious doctrine down on top of it, they could almost mimic a class, just following the literature standards and then the art standards and then the context. We took the whole direction to keep it as non-doctrine oriented as possible. So we really approached it as, okay, if this was literature, what would we teach in it? That would be literature.
Yeah, and I thought they did a beautiful job. I know I totally agree with y'all that you normally look at the standards and look at the course, then look at the course description, but I thought they did a beautiful job revising the course description to sort of reflect their vision there, if that's helpful, if folks want to see that in writing.
Anybody have any problems with B11?
Are you saying BL1? The
BL1, I can't read that, yeah.
I thought for the sake of just grammar, I made some small tweaks, and I've reflected those in I-173. I have not changed any of the content, just the original read identify, analyze, and apply knowledge of text structures, symbolism, theme, motifs, and the use of language, e.g. figurative language, diction, etc., as well as additional literary elements to support and create meaning. I just changed that to identify, analyze, and apply knowledge of text structures, symbolism, themes, motifs, uses of language, e.g. figurative language, diction, and additional literary elements to support and create meaning.
Apply knowledge, is that something that we've used somewhere else, that phrasing?
I think analyze would probably capture the idea of applying knowledge.
I guess they're trying to say use, but using what, is kind of vague, so. I'm fine with just identify and analyze.
I would agree if the rest of the committee does.
It seems to be an additional step. You're asking them to identify and analyze the content, and then you're asking them to summarize or apply it to other situations.
I don't feel especially strongly either way here, so I'll just follow what the rest of the committee thinks is appropriate.
I would like to keep apply knowledge.
So can you give me an example of where they would apply the knowledge, just so I can kind of understand what's meant by that? So I'm not challenging, I guess I'm just asking for clarification.
All right. In their analysis of the text, are they looking at the style in which things were written, and are they then going to be asked to replicate that in another way, to write something similar about current history using that text structure?
And while that may be one thing that could happen, what we were leaning toward was that maybe you identify that the Psalms are poems, and then you analyze them as a poem, but they also have to be looked at how they carry the story forward in context where it was. That's kind of what we were looking at. Yes, it's a poem, but it also added to the story and created meaning for the whole story. That's where we were going with it, that you could analyze it as a poem or as a proverb, but how did it add meaning to the entirety of the text?
And adding meaning by applying that knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Then let's keep what you've written. Does anybody have a problem with keeping apply knowledge in there? Are we okay with it? If there aren't any problems, let's move on. They did a great job.
Okay. BL2 reads, analyze and provide evidence of how point of view, perspective, and purpose shape content, meaning, and style within writing of the biblical texts. I don't have any notes on that, if no one else does.
We beat to death point of view and perspective. Are we okay with the duplication of it there?
I think it's given that we have tried to make a clear distinction between the two, I think it makes sense to reflect both of them. We reflect both of them in the cornerstone for that standard now. Okay. So I think it makes sense. That is the list we give in the cornerstone for that reading standard. Now says point of view, perspective, and purpose. So this would just emulate that.
It looks like a good one to me. Anybody got problems with it? All right, next.
Okay, BL3 reads, analyze a complex set of ideas or sequence of events and explain how specific characters, events, or ideas develop and interact within biblical texts. And that S is in.
So I think wherever you have characters, you also need figures, because some of these are historical figures. So I would just add both specific characters, figures, events.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So analyze a complex set of ideas or a sequence of events and explain how specific characters, figures, events, or ideas develop and interact within biblical texts.
Yes.
Is there a reason why we're putting that S in parentheses here, but not in the previous standard for biblical texts?
Tammy?
Not that I know of, but I didn't type the last version of these. I'm not. Unless they're talking about pulling out maybe the book, 2 different books in the Bible, John and Mark, and comparing those, I can't imagine.
Or like versions of the Bible, right? King James.
Maybe versions.
Okay. Yeah, I was just flagging that because it seems every other time we say biblical texts in the standards, we just say plural texts without without a parenthetical around the S.
Mm-hmm.
Just lose the parenthetical.
What was that? Sorry.
Just lose the parenthetical, because you're right. I did look everywhere else. It's just a straight S.
Yeah, just take them out.
Okay.
And to that end, I'm sorry, going back to BL1, I think my initial confusion, I mean, I still agree with including identify, analyze, and apply knowledge, but I think my initial confusion was towards the end of the standard, because BL2 and BL3 both include within biblical texts. And to me, BL1 makes more sense in its entirety if we say and additional literary elements to support and create meaning within biblical texts or throughout biblical texts. Either one.
I would agree.
Okay, so are you gonna use both of those situations, or do you want to choose one?
Either one.
Yeah, I went ahead and just threw it up. I threw in within biblical texts, if that sounds all right to folks.
Sounds good with me.
Since
Thank
we're
you.
back on BL1, I think you need to add genre from, I was thinking that in my mind, and then from the explanation we were given, that was the explanation used. So text structure, genre, symbols.
Okay.
Okay. Is everybody good with those changes? Hearing no objections, we move on.
Okay. BL4 reads explore the influence of the biblical texts in classic and contemporary drama, poetry, prose, and other media.
I have an extra L in BL4.
Oh, you're right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Move on. Is that good? Here are no objections. Let's accept it as
I don't think
written.
you need the word the. Can you just say explore influences of biblical text?
Yes.
So just instead of the influence, it would just read influences. I said
The
that.
second the. Explore influences of the biblical text. I think you just can say biblical text for the second the in the sentence.
Oh, okay. So keep the first the then.
Yes. Yes.
Got it.
Totally defer to the committee, but is media? I know we've had lots of debates over like texts, media, digital tools. Does that feel consistent with what the committee has previously decided? I'm drawing a blank.
I think we've deferred to just using texts to encompass like a wide, because it wouldn't be digital tools here.
Definitely. Yeah. I just know we had that big
And
discussion of like,
and it wouldn't be multimedia components, which is the other language we've used.
I think the issue here is that we keep saying biblical text.
mhm.
And so I think they're trying to distinguish between how we have used text to cover everything and actually the writings in the Bible. So this would be one place I would say the media makes sense, even though it's breaking from what we've done before.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Stone.
Cool. Agree with me.
All right. We were good with that. Let's move on.
Okay. BL5 reads demonstrate an understanding of the characters, narratives, poetry, and stories in the Bible and explore how they are used in literature. Obviously, we need to add the word figures to keep consistent with what we've done elsewhere.
I don't understand why we're singling out poetry when there are like several different genres of writing in the Bible. I guess that's my question. Unless we just really want them to understand poetry. But there's law, there's history, there is poetry, there's narrative, there's allegory.
So, Dr. Stout, are you suggesting we add other types of writing found in the Bible here, or that we remove poetry?
Characters, figures. I guess I would say characters, figures, and stories. Characters, figures, genres, and genres in the Bible.
What does that mean?
Well, I guess I understand narrative. I guess they're trying to distinguish between narrative and story, or narrative and poetry. But I would just say you're also then excluding a lot of other genres. And if we're okay with that, that's fine. I'm just pointing that out, that the Bible is made of several different genres beyond narrative and poetry.
Tammy, what did you guys do in putting this together the first time?
Honestly, the very first time these standards were put together, the legislature did that, if I'm not mistaken.
I can check.
I may be wrong, but I'm thinking that's what we got told.
Did you rewrite this then?
We did in this past summer. And we were looking at primarily the things that people would be able to analyze, to truly analyze. Because when you look at the law part of it, you can understand it, but there's really no true interpretation of it. You either understand what the law says, this is the way the law was at the time. There's no analytical analyzation of literature in it. There's no maybes or what ifs. So we tried to stick with the things that would actually increase their ability to analyze things. So we did the narratives, we did the stories, we did the poetries. We assumed Proverbs could fall under poetry. We didn't really touch the history or the law in that standard.
Yeah, I have the current active Bible standards in front of you. It does appear that there isn't, just glancing at it briefly, y'all are the experts. I see one section on biblical narratives. I see one section on biblical poetry. You're, of course, welcome to focus on poetry if you think it's of value, and you're welcome to go in a different direction.
I'm wondering. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ms. Dockery. That's it.
I was gonna say, I'm wondering if an EG might be beneficial here, like have the genres like Miss Dr. Stout mentioned, and then have an EG. Because personally, like if I had been told to teach this class, not being a Bible expert, I think some of the things that she mentioned would be helpful to me in understanding some variety of the genres within the Bible.
Can you suggest some wording then for us?
So would it read demonstrate understanding of the characters, figures, genres of writing, e.g., and then we would provide the list?
That's my thought. But I would defer to Dr. Stout. I was wondering if that could kind of make it an informative list without feeling like it has to be a comprehensive list.
What would be, so the genres then would be
History, art, law. But again, going back what Tammy said, we're not asking them to do all this in this course. How far do we want them to go in this analysis? Do we want them to go in the other areas, or is this sufficient for their knowledge to read this as a literary text?
So, I mean, we have talked about the importance of nonfiction literacy. So this is a text that is where you have nonfiction and fiction mixed together. There are some things that were just Roman law, whatever you think about them, and there are some things that are fiction, that are allegory, they're poetry, that are meant to be fiction. So here's a stab at it. Demonstrating understanding of biblical literature, including narratives, characters, figures, poetry, law, and historical accounts. Explore how these elements are used in later literature. That's a stab. or historical writing, if you don't want to say historical law.
Could you possibly throw that in the chat?
Yeah, I'm working on from my other screen. Let me see if I can put that over here.
Just to kind of advocate for what she's mentioning about the nonfiction. So a thought that came in my head was how the law of the Ten Commandments is used in the Crucible and how crucial it is, and that would be an example of how the law would be used in literature. So I feel like law could still be useful in this standard personally, without, and an EG makes it to where they could use it or not if they don't find a good application for it themselves.
If it is added, I do think it needs to be an EG because in some cases this class will only be one semester. So you don't want to put so much in it that they go so swiftly through it. They don't really make connections. They don't really utilize the information. So you don't want to make it too much.
I agree with you, Tammy.
That's a great point, Tammy. And yeah, good reminder to keep checking this table as we're going through, folks. So for example, creative writing is assuming that you're doing 1 through 5 and 3 through 18. So we might want to take another look at it. That occurred to me after we did creative writing that meeting. Currently, and this is all up for the committee's discretion, the way it's proposed currently is teach all standards at the 1 semester mark and teach all standards in greater depth. You could choose to go in a different direction, but I do think Tammy's scope comment rings true here if you were to move forward with this proposal.
Right. So use of the EG would provide more depth if it is to go to a year-long course. So it would be worthwhile including those EG elements that we talked about.
Yeah, or the inverse, if it's 1 semester, there might not be as much to cover. Or the alternative option y'all could choose is to focus on specific strands or sections or number of standards and really beef those up. It's just really however the committee wants to approach it.
Okay.
It's more
So
similar to like this creative writing one.
Yeah, I actually wanted to have a conversation about the creative writing. Now is not the time and place for that, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I put a stab. Sorry, I was transferring from one computer to the other. I put a stab at it in the chat. Fine with using the EG. I do think we need to recognize that is a purposeful mix of fiction and nonfiction, of poetry and prose. However, we choose to articulate that.
Okay. I pasted over Dr. Stout's proposal, which reads, demonstrate an understanding of biblical literary forms, including narratives, poetry, law codes, and historical writing, and explore how they are used in literature. So I guess if we were going to make that EG, we would just be simply changing including to EG, comma, and then okay, so if we change that to an EG, it would read, I believe, what is currently an I-177, which reads, demonstrate an understanding of biblical literary forms, e.g. narratives, poetry, law codes, historical writing, and explore how they are used in literature.
once again, go ahead.
I was just going to say, to get at what Dr. Stout mentioned about the informational part, should we change it to demonstrate understanding of biblical, informational, and literary forms? Would that be beneficial and kind of get at the emphasis you're asking for, Dr. Stout, on informational text?
I think we're mixing apples and bananas there.
I think it's okay as it is, but if anybody else thinks we need to add more clarity, I can listen. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It looks very clear and well crafted to me. Does anybody have any objection to what's there right now? Okay, I think you did a good job. Let's move on.
We are losing language about characters here. I'm fine with that, especially since we've talked about specific characters events
Characters earlier. Yeah.
as standard 3, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm personally fine with it, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
Okay.
The only thing is, I think characters in the previous standard is more about the characters within the Bible, whereas this standard is more about, I guess, allusions, really. So that feels like we are losing a piece of that. I'm okay with losing it, but I guess want to make a distinction there.
So do you feel like characters is captured in narratives? Like, can you have narratives without characters? To me, they kind of go hand in hand.
I agree.
I'm fine with that. If Ms. Dockery, are you?
Okay, so let's go with it. Accept it as revised.
Okay. BL6 reads, explore a genre across multiple biblical texts, exploring similarities and differences in themes, craft, form, and meaning.
To me, this one seems a little bit out of sequence.
Yeah, I would say that about several of them. I noticed that as well, yeah.
So
I think-
we need to switch numbers, or is it necessary?
We were thinking of 6 as being like a capstone almost for that group, that you would have to go through the different characters in the Bible itself, the genre represented. And if you took, let's say, and you may think differently. This is how we phrased it. If you took the flood story and looked at in different texts across history, do those similar characters appear? Do those similar themes appear? Do those similar stories appear? So we saw this one as, okay, we've gone through everything else. Now let's look at a story that appears in more than one biblical text or religious text. So that may not be the way it reads, though.
Hmm.
Are we talking about 6? Okay, yeah, that's not the way that would come across to me. When I read that, I'm thinking about like looking at a particular poem structure or something here versus another place in the Bible. That's how I would read that personally. And unless you change it from biblical text to religious texts, and then I might read it more like what you were saying.
Anybody else have anything to contribute to this?
I guess the way I read it was almost like a compare and contrast different biblical references or biblical accounts across biblical text within the Bible. And to me, if that were the case, then to me it would seem out of sequence, because then once we understood how those references developed, then we could explore the influence of those biblical texts in classic contemporary drama, etc., and then within literature. That was the way I read it, but again, is that might not be the way it was intended.
BC.3 reads more like how I would interpret what Tammy was saying.
Is this asking for more, BL5, for more than what we've done already?
I didn't read it how Tammy said it either. I thought I was comparing like 2 books of poetry in the Bible, 2 books of laws in the Bible. two allegories in the Bible.
That's how I read it as well.
And I think compare, if we go down to, I think you referenced line 81, 181, create a comparative analysis of a biblical story or writing from a distinct culture. I think that is what she's trying to get at. Like, yes, there are flood stories in almost every sacred book, right? Yes, there's an origin story in almost every sacred text, or in almost every culture forming. So I think that that's what that one says to me in 181. That's not what it said to me in 178.
So is BL6 necessary? Is it clear? Is there another way to state this to get at what the intent is?
Now, something interesting, this would be a totally different standard, but if we're going to get rid of this one, if you come back to characters and figures, you could talk about character development in the Bible. How character development is a big part of the story of the Bible, right? So that would be an interesting thing to add. That's not this standard though.
Yeah, I think that's partially captured within BL3 where it says explain how specific characters, events, or ideas develop and interact within biblical texts. Just that explain how specific characters develop and interact. I think would capture a lot of that, but I mean, I see what you're saying.
Okay, is BL6 necessary?
I think I personally like BL6, and the way I'm reading it seems clear. I just don't know that I'm interpreting it the way Tammy was. But I like it.
If you were a teacher that volunteered to teach Bible, will you understand what this says? You would. Okay.
Would it be better to use another term instead of biblical text and then make it more clear for what you want?
What do you suggest?
I kind of feel like what Tammy's talking about is captured in the BC.3. I feel like they're different, like they're distinct standards, but we could potentially beef up BC.3 to be a little more in depth.
I feel like BL6 is necessary if we're interpreting it the way that maybe we mentioned, or maybe the way that I had mentioned. I'm not sure if we're having different interpretations or not at this point, but BL3 to me is just talking about, and maybe that preposition there, analyzing those ideas and sequences of events and characters, events and ideas developing, interacting within biblical text. It doesn't necessarily say across biblical texts. It doesn't say analyzing similarity and differences among or between texts. It just says within texts. So do we mean, do we need a standard that's exploring those complex ideas, etc., or exploring a genre across texts, exploring those similarities and differences? To me, we do, if that's not what's intended in BL3.
Okay. Does the language contained in BL6 state it clearly for all teachers to be able to understand and implement?
I think the fact that we all have different interpretations means we probably need to look at the language.
Would an EG be good here? Explore a genre, EG, and then give some of the genres.
I guess the first thing we need to do is decide what we want students to do. do we want them to do a genre study? Or do we want them to know a story and how that story transforms as you approach other historical or sacred writings? I think those are two different skills, and the question is, which one do we want them to do?
I think, I don't know, the way I'm reading this, I think we're asking them to do both. We're asking them to explore genre in BL.6, and we're asking them to explore um, uh, a story across cultures in BC.3. Although I think we could maybe make BC.3 a little bit clearer, maybe use the word story in there to make it clearer.
Perhaps some language other than biblical texts might be useful. If we're trying to get them to compare from outside of the biblical context into other religious and historical texts. Just because, to me, at least in my mind, that makes me think across different books of the Bible. But if that's what was intended, then that's fine.
Well, we've done such a great job cleaning up language here. I hate to move away with this one because there's so many different interpretations about what it says.
One quick flag, Vice Chair Hilliard. I don't know if this captures your idea, but BA4 talks about artistic and thematic similarities and differences from important texts from a range of cultures and beliefs.
Right.
So I say that we move on and then we come back to it at the end to see if we feel like we really need it. It feels a little
Okay,
unclear,
that's a
but
good idea. Let's
if
parking
it's
lot it.
clear, it's repetitive.
Yeah, a good idea.
Okay. So we'll put that one on hold. Just to clarify something for my own sake, just because we're seeing the word genre in this standard that we're putting in the parking lot, and then we added the word genre to BL1 in the list, and identify, analyze, and apply knowledge of text structures, genres, symbols, so on. But then in BL5, we're saying biblical literary forms. Are we viewing literary forms and genres as being different things, or are we viewing those as being the same thing?
Anyone?
I think forms includes genres. I'm fine with putting and demonstrate an understanding of biblical literary forms and genres, if you think it adds clarity.
They are two different things? Or is forms larger than genres?
I think forms is larger than genre, but that's just Scout's opinion.
I don't have a strong preference on the language. I was just trying to, since we're using one verbiage in BL1 and one in BL5, I was just trying to create consistency there. I don't have a strong preference one way or the other.
Let's just leave it then, unless we get a strong preference.
Well, my preference would be to make it consistent. That's really my preference. I don't care about whether it says genres or forms. I just or forms and genres and forms, just as long as it's kind of doing the same thing in both places. That's really my only preference.
What's your proposed language then?
I just that it be the same in both places. I don't
Okay,
care if it's genres or forms.
all right. Put it in one place in what language you want to use.
I was just saying that because for me, at least in our purposes, it sounded like we were using them interchangeably.
And Dr. Stout doesn't think they're interchangeable. So
I think either way is fine. If you want to change biblical literary forms to biblical genres, it's fine. Like it says the same thing.
Okay.
we're going to keep it the way it's written.
So changing literary forms to genres in 5, is that acceptable to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry to bog us down. Just
Nope.
to be consistent. Okay. And then if we're going to hold BL6 in the parking garage for now, we can move it to BC1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. BC1, now we're on the context strand. And that reads, contextualize the creation of biblical texts, including their origin, artistry, and development.
So I think that's really, really difficult. I think that's too difficult for high schoolers. So I've tried to simplify a little bit, compare, contrast. I put in the chat, compare, contrast two or more biblical texts by understanding how historical events and cultural settings influence their creation, literary style, and purposes. I just think as written, that seems really, really a high bar for high school.
Okay. I just moved the language the Dr. Stout put in the chat over to I-179 so that folks can see it.
I like it. I think it's simpler. Are we all good with that? All right, let's
Yeah,
do it.
I agree. I agree 100% with the change. Can we make purposes purpose? Would that be better?
Yeah, just
Singular.
for parallel structure, yeah.
Okay. Well done. Thank you, Dr. Stout.
Okay.
We're ready to move on.
BC2 reads, analyze continuities and changes in the translations of biblical texts over time.
Once again, I don't think we're really asking high schoolers to analyze different translations of Greek and Hebrew. I think we mean interpretations. So this is what I propose. It's in the chat. Analyze how biblical texts have been interpreted over time and how these interpretations reflect different historical periods and purposes. That's my suggestion. I think you could also just change translations to interpretations or revisions or updates, but I think we're not really asking them to compare translations.
Or versions?
Versions.
I don't know, if you worked at Lifeway Christian Resources, you would know that they've have a new interpretation of the Bible or a new iteration of the Bible every 10 years. And it's using language that is more popular, yet explains what's going on in the Bible in a different way. That it's just using different language. It's using modern language, and I think that's what they were talking about here. But that's maybe Tammy can reveal what they had intended here.
Yeah, I'm tracking with you, which is why I said like revisions.
Well, it's just a lot of times that when they're published on the front of them, it says translation. So we were trying to make it easier for them to find it.
They're wrong.
I get you, but I'm just trying to think what the ease is.
I like translations. And there are people studying right now, translating the Bible into, just as we're doing, into different words that would carry the same meaning in our current culture. And then they'll come up with another one.
So translation is from language to language. So from Greek to Hebrew, from English to French. That is, and yes, there are people who study that. I don't think that's what we're asking high schoolers to do. I think we're asking them to study different revisions of an English translation.
Okay, I like that. Thank you.
Instead-
Revisions of the English translations, yes.
Instead of revisions, how about just versions?
think
'Cause
that's fine
in my
too.
mind, revision, I think somebody's revised it and they have, but
I think versions is fine.
Are we just changing the word translations to versions? Is that the
Yes.
final consensus?
Yes.
So analyze continuities and changes in the versions of biblical text over time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we okay with that as changed? All right,
I
let's
just want
move.
to make a note. I do really like, I mean, it's different, but I do really like the standard that Dr. Stout created. I don't know if we want to do something with it or not, but I think that is an interesting and valuable thing to look at. What her proposed language, but I also feel like that wasn't necessarily the core of maybe what the intention of the standard originally was.
Yeah, I defer to the group on, what y'all want to do, but just know that you don't have to stick with the original intention if you don't want to.
Well, we already got one where I don't know what we're gonna do with. We can come back to the chat if everybody feels fine with versions, that's fine. And then maybe that's where we put the one we're holding for now.
If it's all right with everyone, I'm going to throw Dr. Stout's proposed language down here in I-189, just as a holding place for it for now. And
Okay.
then we can come back to that language if we feel like it needs to be added, potentially as a new standard or in lieu of something else.
Sure, let's do that. And let's approve this one as revised, translations to versions.
Okay. Okay, BC3 reads, create a comparative analysis of biblical texts and writings from distinct cultures from a range of geographic regions.
This is the one I'm wondering if we should just beef this up and steal some of that language about like theme, craft, etc. from 6, because I do think these are two distinct standards. One is within and one is across cultures.
The one thing we need to be conscious of there is we do have strands, and this is within the context strand rather than in the literature strand, which is why I think it was captured in the BL6 standard for literature rather than this, which is meant to be more contextual.
And you're welcome to move something out. I just ask that you, renumber them and recode them appropriately. So there's, no, and Tammy, please correct me, but there might be an even number of all. Nope, there's not an even number of all of them. So, if you wanted 7 in one and 5 in the other and 3 in the last one, that's fine too.
I think we at least need to change biblical to religious. So I don't know if I don't know that I've really heard before the word biblical used in reference to other religions.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about 181?
Yes, BC3.
So I assume they meant text found in the Bible. Are we talking about text beyond the Bible? From the way it's written, I agree with you. So I assumed that they meant text found within the Bible, within the pages of the Bible. But if that's not what they meant, then I think you're right.
Tammy,
Okay.
way in there, possibly.
Yeah.
we try to keep it as focused on just the Bible as possible since it is the Bible as literature. So again, it may be it's a lot of pressure on this one, on this whole standard strand. So we tried to keep it as much related on the Bible as we could.
So what would an assignment or a lesson look like for this? Because I thought I understood it, and now I'm thinking I don't understand it.
So the Bible is an anthology that covers hundreds of years across a dozen or more countries. So for me, I could compare literature in the Bible from that was written in Egypt versus literature in the Bible that was written in Rome.
Yeah, I'm reading this as, are we talking about comparing text in the Bible to the writings of Joseph Smith in the Mormon religion and the writings of Confucius in China?
Okay, we were looking at if you take a story from the Bible and the dates that it's been given as being written and finding something from that culture that was written around the same time and seeing if there are any similarities between it. Not from another culture, but from the culture that that Bible story was supposed to have came from.
Hmm.
And that's actually beyond a lot of my depth of knowing exactly when each story was written.
Yeah. So would this relate back to Dr. Stout's point about like law codes? So you could
Yes.
like see a story in which law, like Roman laws impacted a biblical story, and
And
then
then
read
you
the
can go
laws
back
as
and
best as you could to
you go
triangulate.
back and check some kind of record with it and see how close they were being accurate.
So would it be something along the lines of create a comparative analysis of a biblical text and writings from the culture?
Could
in
we
which
say
that biblical
authentic
text
writings?
So you would say writings from the same culture and time period, and other writings from the same culture and time period. I think is what you're trying to say.
But then you also have the different geographic regions. So
So do you want them to compare something from the same culture and time period within that region and something from the same culture and time period be outside of that region? Something from the same time period outside of that region.
my intent, and when we first started, like it was mine and 2 or 3 other committee members were looking at the laws and comparing them to the actual laws that we have records of. We had a couple other people who said, well, then let's compare them to the laws in other areas. I don't know if that's really doable. But that is the intent, is to take the story we read, look at the laws that were actually apropos at the time, and then to look at other cultures and see if they had the same laws. I don't know if that's really feasible.
Not necessarily comparing writings.
Yeah. Committee members, I think Tammy's doing a great job sort of recalling everything. I would just encourage you to go back to Dr. Stout's question of like, what do you want students to do? If you want students to compare historical to biblical, great. If you want them, if you think it's a good use of their time to compare across regions that Dr. Stout spoke to of like Egypt versus, what is now Israel, great. Like you'll do what you think is best and just reorganize or re-identify as needed between literature, context, and art.
The main thing is really to have it clear,
Yes.
and I'm not sure it is now.
No.
Then I think the open question is what do we want this standard to ask students to do? We've had about 4 different interpretations of what it could possibly mean, but what is the interpretation we feel is most useful?
To me, this is one step up from what we're asking students to do in BC1. Because BC1 we're reading, and here to me we're writing, creating a comparative analysis, especially with the suggested language, which with some finagling could almost mirror what we've said in BC1. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So is that what we want students to do? Is the primary goal for them to create a comparative analysis? Do we want them to write a comparative analysis?
I think so. So here's what I have. Create a comparative analysis between a biblical text and a text from a different culture within the same time period.
And we're excluding any reference to geographic regions. Correct?
Well, I said a different culture, so you can say from a different geographic region.
Not necessary. No, I'm just asking a question. I was good with your language. I'm just saying that we're not.
I think from a different geographic region is fine. I think you're going to land the same place, basically. Create a comparative analysis between a biblical text and a text from a different geographic culture within the same time period. I do think you need to limit those both to the same time period. Because if you're saying look at different regions and different time periods, and it's, you can just pull anything.
I would say other geographic reason or culture. I don't care which one we say, but I don't see the need to include both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think geographic region is fine because that takes you outside of the Mediterranean. Basically, the Bible covers the Mediterranean, basically. So that takes you outside of the Mediterranean.
I'm wondering if culture might open up more opportunities though, because you could even maybe take a similar geographic region, but a different culture within that geographic region. I don't know. I feel like culture makes it a little bit broader. But I'm not in divinity school right now, so maybe one or the other would be more applicable to the Bible. I just like the openness of culture.
I agree. I only brought up geographic region because it wasn't mentioned, and I'm good with leaving geographic region out. I like culture.
Dr. Stout, does what I have in I-81 there reflect your proposal?
So I think that's clear. What do you guys think?
I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
agree.
Then let's keep it and move on.
Okay. BC4. Analyze one or more biblical traditions and its influences on
Should we
contemporary
say, sorry,
cultures.
since this is a comparative analysis, create a comparative analysis between a biblical text and a text on the same subject from another culture, or is that understood?
I don't think it's understood. I think that's clear.
And a
I think that's
text
more clear.
on the same subject from another culture.
I like that better.
Okay. I added that.
Yep. Very clear.
Okay. So are we good to do BC4?
Yes.
Based off of how hard I found it to read this one, we might want to do something with all the parenthetical S's, but maybe that was just my reading. Analyze one or more biblical traditions and its influences on contemporary cultures.
So the first thing I'm going to flag is instead of saying biblical traditions, and this comes up a few times, traditions found in the Bible. Because the Bible wasn't inventing traditions, it was capturing the traditions of the day.
True.
Okay. Am I wrong here? And I'll defer to other folks. I think this is especially a Miss Baird question. If that it's there should be there. I think generally when you do a parenthetical S, you move forward with the assumption that grammatically it will function like a plural.
I
think
concur.
it's-
Okay. So it would be analyze one or more traditions found in the Bible and their influences on contemporary cultures.
Yes. Well said. Keep it.
So are we good on BC4 then?
Yeah, let's proceed. So we got Dr. Stout till she has to go teach.
BC5 reads, use appropriate research skills, or using appropriate research skills, identify, source, and utilize different forms of evidence, including primary and secondary sources, to investigate and explain biblical traditions and their influences.
Anybody want to make some changes?
I don't like source in there. Can we just say identify and use?
I think that is better.
I
We have
always have to,
Flag biblical traditions, the same revisions we made on the previous one.
Okay.
I always ask, would you say using inappropriate research skills?
Good point.
Effective. As opposed to
Effective.
ineffective, I suppose the same argument can be made.
It can stay. I always just have to read it twice.
I also wonder about this this parentheses with including primary and secondary sources. We've generally tried to avoid parentheses with including primary and secondary source, or like, including language, because we've wanted to use either EG or specifically. Do we feel like we should switch this to either an EG or specifically, and if so, which one should it be? My thought would be this would be a specifically situation.
I agree. Are we going to keep appropriate or take it out?
You can keep it.
All right.
Okay, so it reads, using appropriate research skills, identify and use different forms of evidence, specifically primary and secondary sources, to investigate and explain traditions found in the Bible and their influences.
Any questions, additions, corrections? All right, let's move it.
Okay. BC6 reads, identify diverse interpretations of biblical texts and compare the responses they elicit. Semicolon, illustrate diverse interpretations of several prosaic and poetic biblical texts.
I don't understand the responses they elicit part.
And I feel like this is what we did with analyze continuities and changes in versions of biblical texts over time. That feels very similar.
If I'm reading this correctly, I think the distinction would be that those were meant to reflect different versions of the Bible, and this is meant to reflect different interpretations that people make of the Bible over the course of time. I guess like text on the Bible rather than texts in the Bible, but I could be wrong there.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
So if that's the case, then are we identifying those interpretations and comparing the responses they elicit in other writing? I'm just confused about where we're supposed to find those responses or what they're supposed to be.
So is this where we come to the one that's on the parking lot at the bottom? Analyze, this is line 189, analyze how biblical texts have been interpreted over time and how these interpretations reflect different historical periods and purposes. Is that what this is saying? Or is that in the ballpark?
That seems like it to me, yeah.
Yes.
Also, the illustrate word there, what's meant by illustrate? Are they literally illustrating?
I wish they were. That'd be fun.
Dream big, you know?
The Book of Kells.
Okay, so do we want to take the language that Dr. Stout wrote for the previous standard and use it as the revised standard here, or do we want to work from the proposed standard?
I think so. Is there any objection to that? All right, let's put that in there.
Okay, it's in I-184 right now. Analyze how biblical texts have been interpreted over time and how these interpretations reflect different historical periods and purposes. That seems to be appropriate within the context strand, I would say.
Yes,
That sounds to me like a clear, just a description of what we're doing here.
it does. Okay, if there's no objections, then let's move on.
Okay. We have the last remaining strand for Bible, which is art. BA1 reads, analyze the artistic presentation of the biblical text through music, theater, the visual arts, and writing from various culture and historical perspectives. From various cultural and historical perspectives.
I think you changed through to in. Analyze the artistic presentation of the biblical text in. I don't think you need of the biblical text. So analyze the artistic presentations. So hold on, it's a lot of extra words. Analyze artistic presentations, plural, of biblical texts in music, theater, visual arts. You don't need the, and why wouldn't you just say literature from various cultures? Oh, from various cultural and historical perspectives. Yeah.
Well said. I like those present. I like that. Anybody have any objections to that?
I don't know if she said this, but oh, it's there. Texts. Okay, good. Text is plural.
All right, so we're ready to move on.
The only question, Dr. Stout, your recommendation was to change writing to literature. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I'm open to changing it back.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I wasn't proposing that change. I was just trying to make sure I captured everything that you.
I think it's more precise. I like what you said.
Okay. Okay. If we're good with that, then we can move to BA2.
Please.
Which reads, interpret ideas, subject matter, symbols, and themes found in music theater, the visual arts, thought, and writing derived from the biblical text.
Is there a better word for thought? That feels odd to me. Philosophy? I don't know. Thought just feels weird.
How is it different than the standard above?
So I think, and that's a great question. I think one is trying to cover art and the other one is trying to cover philosophy and ideas. But I don't know why art is thrown in there and music is thrown in there again. I would just kind of make those two distinct standards, with one covering art and one covering the development of ideas. And
I would agree with that. Yes.
My interpretation of it, and I could be very wrong. I'm just how I would have interpreted it if I were a classroom teacher, is that BA1 is about like one-to-one depictions of biblical texts. Like, this is the story of Noah's Ark depicted on screen or depicted in musical theater, whereas BA2 is more like elusive, like I am writing a text in which I use a symbol from the biblical text in my own writing that is not inherently biblical. I'm alluding to those ideas, interpreting those ideas, subject matters, symbols, and themes, rather than just simply creating an artistic representation of the text itself. But that could be totally off base.
I defer to Tammy here, but I do remember conversations about how and you all know this well, like sometimes if a student is not familiar with the biblical tradition and they're reading a book like the Crucible that requires them to, or that they would better understand the Crucible if they better understood the biblical tradition. My understanding was that was one of the goals of this course. So
Yes.
your interpretation sounds right to me, Vice Chair Hilliard.
Yes, one is more the direct, and two is more this is how we see it, and this is how we're going to extend on it. So yeah, one is analyze, two is interpret. That's what we were thinking.
I would
Okay.
agree. And that verb there, I think, is key, derived from the biblical text, or biblical texts as well, when we revise it.
Okay, so do we want to make any more changes than are presented there in that cell?
I'm welcome to hear other ideas here. I would say instead of subject matter, I would say subjects, because that's just it maintains the parallel structure, and I think it kind of sounds a little more concise than subject matter, just subjects.
Yes.
So then with the standard read, interpret ideas, subjects, symbols, and themes found in music, theater, visual arts, thought, and writing. I don't know about thought. I don't know why thought is there. Shouldn't it just reflect?
Philosophy. I like what Annie said, using philosophy.
Okay. And then we would, I assume, change writing to literature to reflect what we did in the previous standard.
Yes.
The progression still, though, I mean, if we're going to mirror what we did in BA1, to me, it seems out of place to include philosophy in there.
So we would just eliminate the word thought.
To me, it would make sense too, because philosophy is expressed through writing typically. So it seems a little redundant, but if we need to specify philosophy, that's fine. I just don't know that we do.
We could just change literature to writing in BA1 and then just have writing encapsulate thought and writing in BA2, just so we could keep the list the same.
Oh, the only reason why I like philosophy or ideas or thoughts is because I don't think this is just about writing. I think it's about myth making. And how origin stories, national origin stories, myth makings, their roots. And so I do actually think it's about ideas. I don't know how you communicate that to a high schooler. So when you talk about the myths that made America, the Virgin Land, and some of those different things, the nation on a hill. I know we're going back to Rome, but I think it's about myth making is what this is pointing to, and how those ideas, some of them have biblical roots.
So is ideas a better word than thought and philosophy?
Yeah, I mean, and I think you have ideas there, so I don't know
Okay, I
why you
see.
needed repeated.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
all right.
because ideas
Okay.
and thought to me are very similar, very close.
Sure. All right. So we can eliminate that thought. So if we're all okay with the way it's represented in that cell, then
Well,
we can move on. Any
so
suggestions?
so does the list then read music, theater, visual arts, and literature? Is that what we're settling on for that second list?
Yes, I see heads being nodded.
So would literature include historical documents? Is the Constitution literature?
This is why I would just say writing rather than literature for both of these last two, because then that kind of is more inclusive. But I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Any suggestions? Are we good to keep writing then? On both of them?
So would I be changing literature to writing? Because that's not what it reads currently.
Yes, you would be changing literature to writing in BA1 and BA2. Are we all okay with those revisions? All right, then let's move on.
Okay. BA3 reads, create a response to biblical texts through a variety of methods such as music, theater, the visual arts, and writing. We have been using EG instead of such as. Should we put music, theater, visual arts, and writing in as an EG here, or do we feel like it is important enough it should be within the language of the standard?
I think EG is good. We have not done many such as, have we?
No, we have not.
Okay, let's put an EG in there.
Also, do you need create a response? Can you just say respond to biblical text? It's just a question.
Well, I like the act of creation.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Because
create
taking
a
it to
response.
the next level. Yeah.
So create a response to biblical text through a variety of methods, e.g. music, theater. We had said visual arts, not the visual arts. Writing.
Okay. Any changes? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. On to the last one.
Well, we do have to go back to the BL6, so not quite, but last new one. BA4, explore ways that biblical texts build on the artistic styles and conventions of their contemporary texts, as well as ways that they provide artistic innovation, explore artistic and thematic similarities and differences of important texts from a range of cultures and beliefs.
I just don't see what this adds that we haven't already asked them to do.
I agree. I think it's redundant. And in terms of its difficulty, exploring really doesn't mean much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way, and I feel like the problem with this standard as currently written is it's a lot. It's got a lot going on. If you interpret what comes after the semicolon as comparing and contrasting major religious texts from multiple different faiths, which it sounds like we had tried to avoid.
Right.
If that's what it was doing, then that seems new to me. But if that's not what's intended here, then yes, I would agree with Dr. Stout and Chair Kernagis to say that this seems largely reflected in other standards.
Yeah. Just to clarify on the Tennessee statute, the three things that they contemplate in the law is, and it's in the link that I sent you, I'll just read it. The course provided in this section shall be taught in an objective and non-devotional manner with no attempt made to indoctrinate students. Not include teaching of religious doctrine or sectarian interpretation of the Bible or texts from other religious or cultural traditions, and not disparage or encourage a commitment to a particular set of religious beliefs. So I think, just to reiterate too, not include teaching of religious doctrine or sectarian interpretation of the Bible or of texts from other religions or cultural traditions. I think the thing they're guiding away from is doctrine and sectarian interpretation.
I think we've covered it already, and I would suggest we just eliminate it. Does anybody have problems with that? Okay, I see head shaking. If we want to eliminate it, then let's move on and let's go to that 6 that's in the parking lot.
So is
Good
that
with
our
that?
final decision here is to remove BA4?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then if we're going to go back to BL6, just a reminder, this is in the literature strand, so it's interested in the Bible as a work of literature rather than its context or as it manifests in other forms of art. And the language of the standard read, explore a genre across multiple biblical texts, exploring similarities and differences in themes, craft, form, and meaning.
What if we just change the word genre to story?
That sure would be clear.
If
And once
we're
I think, yes, there are multiple versions of stories of the same story found in the Bible. I've been doing research on the Annunciation or the Passion, right? So there are multiple versions of that same story. But do you mean within the Bible or beyond the Bible? I guess that's my only question. I do think there is value in studying multiple versions of the announcement of the coming of Jesus, the version that is told from Mary's perspective versus the version that's told from Joseph's perspective. Like it's literally told from two different perspectives. I think there's value in studying those stories from multiple perspectives within the Bible. One crucifixion story has Jesus' mother there at the cross, the other one does not. So I think that's valuable for students to see. But is that what you mean, within the text or beyond the text?
I was thinking within for that interpretation of the standard.
But I do like substituting story for genre because it would fit into what Dr. Stout was saying.
Could we say to parallel what we've said in other standards, we've included characters and figures. So could we say stories or accounts?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that.
That
Yes.
works.
I think that's better, actually.
Stories, would it be stories or accounts, stories and accounts, or stories and or accounts?
So I would just make it singular, explore a story or account.
Okay.
I mean, we already asked them to do so much. Like you just have to do one. So
Okay.
explore a story or account across multiple biblical texts.
Joe, I think
Exploring similarities and differences in theme, craft, form. I would say purpose and meaning, because that's often why the stories are written from different perspective, because it's for a different purpose.
yes, I agree with that.
So theme, craft, form, purpose, or meaning? Or what was the language there? Sorry.
I think you can say, do we want to and or here?
I would say so. Yeah.
Purpose and or meaning.
Mhm.
So explore a story or account across multiple biblical texts, exploring similarities and differences in theme, craft, form, purpose, and or meaning.
Now, Dr. Stout, if you don't leave, is your class going to leave?
Oh, well, I'm not teaching. I'm a student.
Oh, okay. Well, you're missing a
So
lot of
I am
good stuff.
missing class to be capture this on record. I am
I'll write
missing
you a note.
class for Divinity
write-
School to revise biblical standards. I'm gonna send this to my dean.
I'll write you a note. Thank you for hanging in there with us. I believe we have revised all the biblical standards. I know we got to do some other stuff with the Bible before we move on completely, but I think that I'd like to declare a supper break now of 20 minutes, which would put us back in session at 6:05. Is everybody okay with that? All right. Time to eat, and we'll see you at 6:05.
Thanks, all.
Annie, are you back around? How about you, Brittany? Oh, we still don't have a quorum, so we can't deliberate. But I know, Coach Hilliard, you've been busy plotting the next step.
It helps if I unmute myself. The next step will be to look at the supporting language for the Bible standard.
Okay. And Dr. Stout, you're playing hooky?
Dr. Stout, I think you're muted.
Can I go back to one thing? It's very little. Once we changed that standard about genre, the one that we skipped and came back up to, I realized I didn't understand the word craft, and I don't know if it made sense in there. And I was wondering if we could switch craft with perspective. So that is 178. So it says explore a story or account across multiple biblical texts, exploring similarities and differences in theme, craft, form, purpose, and or meaning. I don't think we've used craft before. And I'm wondering if we could just switch that out for perspective, which seems like it fits better with that genre, with that standard, with that revised standard, excuse me.
Tammy, what did you mean by craft?
Let me look at the standard one more time. Typically, it means the methods they used. But let me make sure I'm reading it correctly, whether it's the writer or... Got too many things open.
While she's doing that, I just would like to propose that we move that standard to be the new BL4 and move down BL4 and BL5 to be 5 and 6.
Dr. Carter talked about
Yeah, craft is going to be the methods they use, the skill and techniques they use to actually get their point across.
Does that further explain for you, Dr. Stout, or do you see the necessity to make the change that you had proposed?
I still think making a change would help, because I think perspective is important given the way we've rewritten it. And I don't think we've really talked about craft before in other standards. Like, I don't see the sequence leading up to that.
I'm okay with making the change. Is there anybody that objects to making the change as proposed? If not, we'll accept that and we'll now go back to the supporting language.
And then I just want to say really quickly, Ms. Now, did I make those edits to the numbering correctly? Where our former 4 and 5 become 5 and 6, and our former 6 becomes 4.
Yes, if the committee agrees that progression flows a little bit better.
I agree. Thank you for watching that closely.
Okay. If so, then we're good to go to the supporting language.
Yes.
The supporting language for Bible is at the very end of the document, so you just have to go to the last course description in the document, and you will find it there.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard. I also just want to one more time reiterate that currently, if this course is taught on a semester basis, it's teaching all of the standards. And if it's being taught across a whole year, it's all of the standards in greater depth and or teach more than one religious text. And that's at the full discretion of the committee. If I'm remembering correctly, we do need to offer a half credit and a credit level. I can double check the statute and confirm with Rachel, Superior General Counsel. But in terms of like the scope and this language is all on the.
I'm
committee.
concerned about the word religious says it relates to the state law. I think we're treading on some sacred ground there.
Yeah, I'm happy to bring in Rachel. I'll give her a call. She's on standby with any questions. I can get her on this call. Maybe if we want to circle back to this and everyone sort of marinate, in the words of Miss Dockery, on this row.
That would be a good idea.
Okay,
Yeah, I think we're going to have to look at this table just in general, because we're definitely going to need to take a look at what they've done with creative writing.
Yes.
Because I have my issues with that. And then some of this language, I think some consistency about what creates a half credit and what creates a full credit across these different courses that have some analogous elements would be worthwhile. So whenever
Yes.
we do decide to tackle this table, I think we should just tackle it in its entirety.
That's good with me. I have it on the parking garage.
Okay, so what can we work on now?
Well, if we're going to put that conversation in the parking garage, then we can just go down to the supporting language and take a look at it. The course description reads, the purpose of this course is to enable students to acquire a literary understanding of the Bible. The course will include the study of the Bible as literature in its sociological, artistic, and cultural contexts, and its impact on later cultures, societies, and texts. As stated in TCA 4961026, this course is to be taught in an objective and non-devotional manner with no attempt made to indoctrinate students, instead allowing them to explore the literary elements of a complex text. Also, as noted in TCA 4961026, the course may include the impact of the Bible on literature, art, music, culture, and politics. So that is the course description.
Pretty well says it, I think. I don't see any need to make any changes. Does anybody else? It comes in under the purview of the law, so.
Okay, and then the content standards language reads, a study in biblical text expands on reading standards and writing standards. The structure, organization, and progression of this course may be used as an example of how additional elective courses could be developed that focus on other religious texts as literature. That last sentence seems to be kind of relevant to our conversation that we were having elsewhere
Right.
on the table on.
Right.
So just, I think, one worthy of some conversation, regardless of how we come down.
So we may have to parking lot that until we define the word religious as it relates to the law.
Okay. I'm okay with that if other members of the committee are okay with that.
Okay? All right, let's wait till our consultant gets on.
Okay, so otherwise, are we okay with the supporting language?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If so, then we now have, I believe, 2 electives remaining.
Great. Let's move on. We're going to make it.
We've got visual literacy and we've got etymology and linguistics. Literacy shows up first in the spreadsheet, so my recommendation would be that we take on visual literacy.
I agree.
That is on row 128 of the spreadsheet. And then I'll pull up the course description for visual literacy, since I think this is a course that does tend to confuse some folks. Also somewhat of a rare elective. The goal of this course is to interpret visual media and to analyze and evaluate the effectiveness of various types. Visual forms of media can include film, print, photography, stage productions, short videos, and graphic design. Students will improve their ability to understand messages conveyed visually. Throughout the course, students will examine and analyze the effect of various forms of media in order to broaden their cultural literacy. So in a lot of classrooms, I think this manifests largely as a film course. But obviously it's meant to be more encompassing than that.
Do we see any need for changes in what's been written?
Yeah, I wasn't really reading the course description, so we tend to do that after we've edited the standards. I was just saying that so that people would have some context on what the course is.
Okay. Hey, Brianna, can you put the cells up?
Sorry, Chair Kanigas, I'm coordinating with Rachel Superior General Counsel. What would be helpful?
Just the switch back over to the spreadsheet.
Oh, happy to. Okay, what part?
Row 128.
Thank you. And just as a quick update, Rachel is gonna review everything and then she'll join us when she has a guidance to share with you from a legal perspective.
Okay. Spoken like a true attorney.
Oh, definitely not an attorney, Chair Kanigas, just
Oh,
I have a great attorney on the phone who would love to help.
All right. Are we ready to do some visual literacy standards?
mm-hmm.
Okay. There are 21 of them, so there are slightly more standards on this than some of the other electives. VL1 reads, identify questions raised by the visual text. Any edits proposed there?
Hearing none, it sounds like there's general acceptance. Let's move on.
Okay. VL2 reads, use research skills to find answers to questions raised by the visual text.
No revisions recommended? Dr. Now?
How do you accomplish that standard?
Using research skills.
I'm looking to see, because I seem to recall analogous standards in like mythology and genre literature. So I'm curious to see how those are worded.
Dr. Stout put in the chat appropriate research skills.
Okay, so that would read, would it just be use appropriate oh, that's a joke.
Yeah.
You could tell we're getting near the end.
The original standard said advanced research strategy, so you know.
Why advanced at this point in time? Why are the kids in this class able to use advanced research skills as opposed to any other class?
I guess I'm also wondering why we just have to use research skills to answer questions. Because I guess when I'm thinking of questions raised by visual text, I'm not thinking of factual questions. And certainly I know research can be used to answer non-factual questions. But I think in a visual literacy course where students are interpreting visual texts, what I would want them to do would be to attempt to ponder or think about what the answers may be to the questions posed by the visual text, rather than just seeking out the answers others have provided.
Ponder, and then what else? What will they do to react after they ponder?
And I think that may be addressed in the next standard. This one, the notes I've got, seems to be focused on the image itself, what it might refer to. And all of these do not have to, the way we took this, all of these standards will not and probably should not be addressed with every image.
So I guess that was what I suppose that was where my confusion lied. I mean, if we're looking at a political cartoon from a historical time period, then I could see where using research skills would be appropriate. So so then should we say when applicable,
Yes, or when appropriate.
when appropriate?
After research skills,
Um, I'm wondering because I do see what you're saying, Mr. Hilliard. Could it maybe be like use a variety of skills and then maybe give an e.g. research, discussion, writing, to find answers to questions raised by the visual text. That's just an idea. I don't know if that's useful or not. Also, I feel like maybe V1 and V2 could be combined regardless. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe the way V2 is written, it would limit. Never mind.
I just wonder if the original intent was to focus on them using research skills. And in other words, adding some rigor to this course.
I suppose the using research seems out of place then in the progression. So then, and almost if we're going to, because I again, somebody help me interpret it differently if there is a different interpretation, but I just can't imagine using research skills outside of any other context other than trying to investigate the social and or political or the impact, the historical impact of the piece at the time. So VL5 might be a good place to combine those research skills when appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's to me like you're using research in a couple different ways, probably in this context. You're using it to provide some historical context, but you're also using it to find like what are the common interpretations or how do people feel about this text? How do people read this particular visual text? But those feel like a lot to encapsulate within just one standard, and I certainly don't think the wording of the standard as written captures that. It seems like much more of a one-to-one process.
And I would think that the act of reflecting would occur prior to researching. So that I would move VL5 up to the place where in VL2.
Should we just make the research standard more broad like we do in our regular ELA standards?
How would you state it then?
I don't have our others, but I think it's like something like conduct short as well as extended research projects, something like that. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but it looks like
Someone took a quick glance through these standards for visual literacy and see if any of them reflect research other than this particular standard.
I was already looking at them. To me, not really.
Yeah, then I think it needs to be a broader research standard because we don't just want to use research in this very narrow context of identify some questions being asked by the text, then go research how to answer those questions. That feels like it's narrowing research quite a bit.
Here's what I think you were referring to, Ms. Dockery, from writing RVPK5. Let me see what y'all revised it to, if anything. Here's the revision. But I'm happy to flip back. Just tell me when you're ready. I can also put them side by side if helpful.
I think the research here is slightly different because it's within a particular context where this is really just the expectation that they will do research more broadly. So I think we'll probably just need to craft our own language about research for visual literacy as a course. But I'm happy to hear other takes.
I mean, unless they have inherent background knowledge, I just don't know. I mean, to me, it seems like an appropriate place to put research skills when you reflect in VL5, because they're just not going to understand the political and social and historical impacts of a piece otherwise.
Then do we want to edit VL5 and then see if we still feel that VL2 needs to exist?
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Let's do that.
Okay. Then VL5 reads, reflect on the personal, social, and/or political impact of the visual text.
Use,
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Now.
use research skills when appropriate to analyze. I don't necessarily love reflect. Analyze the personal, social, and/or political. I don't love personal either. Historical, social, and/or political impact of the visual text. Social, cultural. What does the committee think? I don't want to limit it to just something historical. I know it's broader than that.
Okay, so would it use research skills when appropriate to analyze the historical, social, and/or political impacts of the visual text? Is that what?
Yes, that says it right there.
One thing I'm wondering if it might be useful to add, the correct word is not coming to me, but so hopefully somebody else will have a good word. Like the motivation or inspiration for the text, because so often there's something going on in the world that led the artist to create this piece. I'm wondering if we put a "or" in there, but I can't figure out the right word.
And AP Lang
is right.
exigence.
Yeah.
I like the two Lang teachers, both top topic. But I don't know if we want to really use the word exigence in this particular context.
Say that word again.
Exigence.
Exigence.
Oh, okay, I know that one. Okay. I mean, that might be put it in there and then throw it in the glossary situation if that's, the best word for it.
I'll put it in there. We got to put in the Bible standards because we say it in biblical history too.
Yeah, I say we stay away from exigence as much as I have to spend days teaching it to my AP students, so I don't know if I want to just hope that a glossary entry will do that work.
No, these aren't AP level students that are taking this course.
Not necessarily.
I like
Well,
it
that's why
written.
I thought maybe we should include historical, social, cultural, and/or political impacts.
Okay.
So I think she's saying origin and impacts.
Agreed.
Okay.
Origins or impacts.
Okay, so it would
Origins
read,
and impacts.
use research skills when appropriate to analyze the historical, social, cultural, and/or political origins or impacts of the visual text.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sounds rigorous. We all okay with that? Okay, let's move on.
Are you good, Miss Dockery? You look like you're still pondering.
I don't know. I don't know if origins, I know in the context, but I don't know if I read origins outside of having my thought, if I would know what that meant.
Inspiration or impacts of the text.
Yeah. I feel like exigence is the word I'm going for, honestly, but I think they're right in that that's kind of something was probably a little much for this level.
Yeah, I would consider like inspirations to be a pretty close synonym to exigence in most instances.
You want to substitute the word inspiration? The origin just indicates to me how it all began and where it's going, origins and impacts.
There's also purpose, which doesn't talk about how it starts, but it does talk about what it's responding to. So you could say purpose or impact of the text.
I'm good with that. Now we have 3 foils to vote on.
I have no qualms with. I think my preference would probably be either origins or inspirations. I think my top choice would be origins, because with inspiration, I'm thinking of like this thing directly. Like there was a explicit process in the creator's mind that they were taking inspiration from this thing and using it to create their work. Whereas origins, I feel like, is kind of this work is in responding to a certain cultural milieu, which seems a little more reflective of what I think of as the historical, social, cultural, and political origins of a work. But I don't think most teachers are going to be parsing it. What was that?
Motivation?
So motivations or impacts of the visual text?
I'm good with that.
Catalyst.
Go ahead.
Dr. Now?
Oh, I was telling Dr. Stout. I thought Dr. Stout was speaking.
Oh, I just said catalyst. I'm just throwing in another word, catalyst, maybe. I don't know.
I think I like catalyst. How do other people feel about that?
Mm.
My previous comment was going to be if we were going to say motivation, then to me, we would have to say motivation behind the visual text to make that clear.
That's why I like origins along with Vice Chair Hilliard.
I think I'm more in favor of origins if we're not going to go with a technical term.
Can we live with origins? Yes. Okay, if you want to come back to it later, let's put origins in there now and you can stew on it, okay? And let's kind of temporarily approve it. Is that all right? Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. Do we want to now go back to VL2 and feel like and make a decision on its status?
I don't
I-
know that-
I'm sorry.
ahead. No,
I
you
just
go.
personally don't think that we need it now.
I agree.
Okay.
Everybody okay with removing that VL2? Okay. Let's move on.
Okay. I will try to be attentive to making sure I change the numbers of standards as we move, but just if I miss something, flag that for me, please. Okay. Former VL3, our new VL2 reads, identify what is outside the frame of the visual text, both literally outside the frame and the background knowledge needed to understand the visual text. Anybody see any edits needed there?
Seems a little ponderous.
I would say the background knowledge portion seems to be reflected in our new wording for what was formerly VL5 and is now our VL4, because the background knowledge is the origins that we are researching for VL4.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering about the purpose of the standard, because it's almost reading to me like, what do I need to know about this visual text? What do I need to know in order to understand this visual text? It's more meta kind of. So what is meant by what's literally outside the frame? Are we talking about any information about the author of the piece or the?
I mean, I can pull on my one film class I took in college, but I think there's sometimes this conversation about like anytime you're creating a work of visual art, you're creating a frame, and there's an intentional choice about what exists inside of the frame and what exists outside of the frame. And so I think in film classes, you're often told to think about why those intentional choices are being made of including something in frame versus something outside of a frame. And that's on a literal level. I don't know if that's necessarily what's intended here, but that's what it's calling to mind from that one class I took over.
I appreciate that that explanation. I think that I can understand better what they're getting at here.
I feel similarly that I think that that second piece isn't necessary there, and it feels kind of like an odd, I don't know, feels like an odd place for that to be. And I think it makes more sense without it.
Well,
You talking in the parentheses? Or are you talking the whole standard?
Well, at least, and the background knowledge needed to understand the visual text. Those just feel like two different things to me.
well, and looking ahead to the next standard, I mean, that's the literal content. I really don't see why we couldn't. I mean, literal content is literal content, but why can't we identify what's outside the frame of the visual text literally, and the literal content within the same standard?
I would agree.
And I also think that this is language that probably belongs in the introduction. Like it's kind of editorial, it's flowery, and it's nice, but it's probably better suited for the introduction versus here.
Well, if it's a student-based standard, then this is something that we're asking them to do. What was the language that you would contemplate, Dr. Now?
I'm proposing we combine in some form or fashion VL3 and VL4 and simply say something along the lines of identify the literal content of the visual text, identify literal content both within and outside of the visual text. I don't love that either, but outside of the frame of the visual text, if we need that language.
Should we include something about like author's choices regarding what is kind of getting to what Mr. Hilliard was saying?
So would it just be identify the literal content within the frame of the visual text, semicolon, consider what the author chooses to leave outside of the frame? I don't love that phrasing.
Capture and omit, I think is what you're trying to say.
Choose what the author tries to capture or omit.
Okay, am I hearing at least correctly that we're thinking of just removing the former VL3 and then just building off of what's currently in VL4?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just mark remove that, and then we can work to deepen what's happening in VL4, which currently just reads identify the literal content of the visual text. I would think we would need to include some language of the frame, since we're deleting the language of the frame. And I know the frame is an important concept in visual literacy. So
Well, what if you just did kind of what you proposed, I think, which was to put a semicolon and then identify what is outside the frame of the
Okay.
visual text, just for simplicity's sake.
okay, so identify the literal content of the visual text, semicolon, identify what is outside of the frame of the visual text.
Yes.
Identify the literal content outside the frame of the visual text.
I feel like we need to beef that up a little bit. Something about like author's choices or the impact of what is included versus left out. I don't know. I feel like that scenario as it is feels very odd where it's like, okay, what's in the frame? What's not in the frame? I feel like it's a little flat. Does anybody else feel that way, or am I overthinking it?
Well, VL9 talks about the author. Maybe we can include what you're talking about, Annie, when we discuss VL9. Maybe. I'm trying not to muddy the waters here.
I think if I'm understanding Co-Chair Hillier correctly, I mean, we need that element, that content outside of the frame of the visual text. I don't know that we need to include the word literal twice in the standard. I think it's enough in the first clause there.
So just identify the content outside of the frame of the visual text.
I still don't love it. I don't like how it's worded, but if anybody has other suggestions, but I think the intent behind the standard is captured, but I'm open to what the
Yeah,
committee thinks.
I like what you've got now.
Would it
As-
read, I mean, would it be better to say identify the literal content both within and outside of the frame of the visual text?
Whoa, yes. I like that. How about you, Dr. Now? She's got a nod.
Yes,
Annie?
I had originally in my head, I had said, yeah, both within and without, and I thought that was too, I don't know,
Yeah, just-
archaic. So, but I like that better. That's fine.
I don't
like
really
that.
think we're losing any rigor here because these two standards that we're condensing down here were both just identify standards.
And it simplifies it, I think.
So I think you just need to say inside and outside of the frame instead of within and outside. Or in and, yeah, I think it's inside and outside.
Yeah, I agree. That's a parallel language. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any more changes to that? Okay, if not, we're moving on.
Okay, then we are now on to what was VL6, but would be our VL4. Analyze the relationship between the image and any displayed text.
Any additions, corrections to that? No, I think that's a great standard. Let's keep it as displayed.
Their VL7, which will become our VL5, reads, evaluate the effectiveness of the visual text against relevant criteria for judgment.
About a set of criteria. I don't know what relevant. That seems so like slippery slope. Because the students always gonna say that's irrelevant. How about a set of criteria?
Okay, I go along with that.
Okay, so Evaluate the effectiveness of the visual text against a set of criteria for judgment.
Yes. Any more additions, corrections? Okay, next.
So I think okay, so it's too many verbs. Judge the effectiveness of the visual text against a set of criteria.
We haven't used judge much.
Well, evaluate the effectiveness and then for judgment. Isn't that basically what you're saying? And I think in art, you do judge. I
Well,
think,
we don't need to put for judgment. We're just against a set of criteria.
yeah.
Evaluate the effectiveness of the visual text against a set of criteria. Period. Annie says yes. And Dr. Now, Catherine, you okay with that?
Yeah, or you could say a set of judgment criteria. Are you saying like use contest rules, basically?
And rubric.
Okay, you could say judgment criteria, just create criteria. Either way, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Mr. Hilliard's face is why I'm offering the other word.
He's,
No, I wasn't trying to imply anything. I'm sorry.
he's cogitating.
So judge, let's move on.
No, I promise I wasn't.
All right, let's move on.
So are we sticking with evaluate the effectiveness of the visual text against a set of criteria?
Yes.
Okay. All right. VL8 reads evaluate the ethics of digitally altered media prior to publication.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Is it talking about AI there?
Well, maybe it's AI or it's photoshopping.
Hmm.
Putting one of your president's bodies on another president in a
Very
different
specific
situation.
example. Would it be clearer if it read evaluate the ethics of media digitally altered prior to publication?
Say that again, please.
Just moving digitally altered after media. So evaluate the ethics of media digitally altered prior to publication.
Oh, yes.
That to me reads clearer, but that just might be a me.
Why are we evaluating prior to publication? Are we evaluating a finished work, or are we evaluating our own use of our own understanding of ethics and applying the digital alteration, of media?
So
I
should we
think,
just eliminate prior to publication?
no, I think what it's asking is before you publish, should you have made that Photoshop correction or not? Photojournalists talk about this a lot. And so they actually do look at what they Photoshop and if it's ethical or not before they print it.
You think it's necessary to keep in prior to publication?
Is the student creating the art or they're just analyzing the art?
That's my question.
This is not an art class. Students should be evaluating the work of others.
So is this looking?
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead. I think my thoughts still.
So if they're not creating the art, then it would be evaluate the original and altered visual text or something like that. Like,
Well, this is deeper. This is ethics. This
right.
is-
So what you're asking them to do is look at the original image and evaluate the ethics of the alterations that were made. Like, is it ethical to remove that wrinkle? Yes, maybe. Is it ethical to put somebody else on somebody else's body? No. So I think you're asking them to compare the original to the altered if it's not their work.
So are you looking at misleading or inauthentic alterations here, I assume?
I think so.
Okay.
But the operant word here is ethics, I think. Is it right or wrong?
I would say evaluate an original and altered visual text and the ethics of the alterations.
I've been kind of drafting something similar to that. So we can see if that kind of captures what people are saying. I have compare an original and digitally altered visual text, semicolon, evaluate the ethics of the digitally altered media. Well, I shouldn't say media at the end if we said visual text previously, but other than that.
I think that says it.
I don't think you need digitally altered. I just think you need altered because it could be they just cut it in half, right? And you could have the picture instead of the whole picture. So I don't know if digital is necessary there.
Okay. So compare an original and altered visual text. Evaluate the ethics of the altered visual text.
Yes.
So I would say evaluate the ethics of the alterations. Like, because you're asking them to make a value on the changes. Or evaluate, yeah.
Alterations of the visual text.
I like that. Also the numbering. Don't forget to change
Oh,
it.
right. Okay, so does this capture what's there right now? Does that capture what we're going for? Compare an original and altered visual text. Evaluate the ethics of the alterations of the visual text.
Yes, that speaks to it quite well, I
I
think.
guess it would be alterations to the visual text, right? Not of.
Okay.
Say the ethics of the visual alterations. It's fine. It's fine. Let's not overthink it.
Okay.
All right, let's go with that. Everybody go with that? All right, let's move on.
All right. VL9, which will change to VL7, reads, analyze the author, purpose, and or intended audience of the visual text. Other than changing the numbering, I don't have anything here.
Anybody have any revisions? Hearing none, we're going to accept it as presented. Next.
Okay. VL10 reads, using the language of the discipline, discuss the techniques used to create the visual text.
I don't know that you need to use the language of the discipline. That's what they've got to do.
I think it's just there because there are so many different disciplines that are captured within visual literacy. I mean, it could be photography, it could be painting, it could be film. So I think it's just trying to capture that range.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's valuable.
All right. As presented,
I think we've been saying discipline specific language. Is that how we phrase it in earlier standards? Using discipline specific language.
Yes.
That's an excellent memory, Dr. Stout.
Okay. So using discipline-specific language, discuss the techniques used to create the visual text.
Yes. Amen. Yea, verily, yea.
Okay. VL11 reads, compare and contrast presentations of the same subject, theme, or topic through similar media formats and different ones. I would just say through similar and different media formats.
I agree. Is that acceptable to everybody as revised? Okay, move on.
Okay, VL12 reads, analyze the impact of propaganda techniques or bias on the presentation and reception of the visual text.
Pretty straightforward. Any recommended changes? Nope. Okay. Accept it.
Should this be an instance where we say and or instead of or?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. As revised, accepted.
Okay. VL13 reads, analyze the role of parody and satire on the creation of specific visual texts.
Yes. Everybody looks good with that? No changes?
Say in the creation rather than on the creation, or am I being very nitpicky there?
No.
I was thinking the same thing.
Then it must be right. Let's make it in.
Otherwise, are we good there?
Yes, accepted as revised.
Okay. VL14 reads, analyze the role of symbolism in reading a visual text. Does it need to say in reading a, or does it just say analyze the role of symbolism in a visual text?
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah,
We
I
haven't
think
included
it,
any comparable language to in reading anywhere
Right.
else. So
yep, I agree. Accepted as revised? Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rachel. Members, once you have a chance to wrap up VL14, Rachel has an update for you.
We got that far. Yes, we're done.
Or I guess, yeah, now VL12. Okay, great. First, this is, oh, Rachel, can you hear us?
Yes, what we were discussing was
Oh, I
whether
think
or not,
Rachel can't hear us. I think she's working on her audio. Hold on one second, Chair
Okay.
Names. We don't use WebEx every day, so I think she's probably messing with her settings. Rachel, let us know if you can hear us. I'm gonna message.
Rachel, can you hear us now? Raise your hand if you can hear us. No. Okay, while we're waiting for Rachel, you guys take a look at your other VLs, see if you've got anything you want to work on.
Great idea, Chair Cornelius.
we can go ahead and just do VL15, and then when she's ready, she can jump
That
in.
sounds good. Let's do it.
Okay. VL15 reads, consider the role of background knowledge in understanding visual texts.
Okay, so to me, our new VL3 is what we do to build the background knowledge referenced in VL15.
Okay, I
So-
think we've got Rachel back. Sorry, Miss Now.
No, go ahead.
Rachel, can you hear us? Oh, no, I can't hear you, Rachel. I find that if you probably know to do this, but the only thing I know to do is next to your mute button, there should be a little caret, and I have to mess with my settings. So, like, for example, my microphone's through my webcam, but my speakers are through my computer because I don't have external speakers. So I sometimes mess with those until the vibes are correct.
Doctor, now were you saying that we don't need this standard because of VL3?
That was my opinion.
I would say, and also, we're not asking them to use background knowledge to understand visual text here. We're asking them to consider the role of background knowledge writ large in understanding visual text in general, which doesn't really seem what this class is meant for.
I agree. Let's take it out then. If there's no objection, we will eliminate this. And Brianna is checking over the phone to try to coach our new consultant. So we'll continue until she's able to make that breakthrough on her voice.
Okay. VL 16 reads, analyze the artist's perspective toward the topic in a visual text.
Point of view.
Stand by. Oh, I hear you. You can hear me? Okay, hold on. Brianna?
Hi, Rachel.
Rachel? There we go. Oh,
Thanks for joining us.
1 second. Sorry, y'all. I appreciate you. How about now, Rachel? I heard myself through her phone.
Oh, that was through the phone?
Yes, I called her to help her with her tech. Okay, and now she's left. Okay, sorry, y'all. I appreciate your flexibility. Keep on keeping.
Sir, we're moving in and out of this, and we're doing a real good job, I think, under the circumstances. So do we need to put point of view in here? Because we talked so much about perspective and point of view.
I think that gets complicated in the context of visual text since we've used point of view to mean something very specific within written texts. So I think perspective on its own here would likely be my vote.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Are we all okay with this?
I just don't like the toward the topic phrasing. But if the committee is fine with it, I'm fine with it. It's probably a little nitpicky.
We have,
Yeah, I
Can
mean, I
we
might
just
say
say on the topic
or subject.
or subject? Yeah.
So
perspective on the subject in a visual text. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
So analyze the artist's perspective toward the subject of a visual text, or was it on the subject of a visual
On the subject, I think.
Analyze the artist's perspective on the subject of a visual text.
Yes, that sounds
Better.
very simply stated.
Thank
Thank you, Patty.
This will now be
All right.
VL 13. Okay. Okay. Analyze, or no, wrong one. Respond verbally and in writing to various visual texts. That seems appropriate to me.
Yes. Accepted. Okay, move on.
Okay, I think Rachel may have rejoined us. Rachel?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Oh, finally. I'm very sorry for the delay. I was having some technology issues there, but I think we're all
And
set.
we all went through this. And luckily we've got consultants that can help us through just as they helped you through, Rachel.
Yes, I am thankful
we
for their
don't-
help.
We don't plan to take a lot of your time, but we're just concerned that we're going to be within the confines of the law when we talk about the standards. And when they start to mention the word religious, we are concerned about how close we can get.
Sure. I'm happy to answer any questions if that would be helpful, any specific questions.
The specific one is teach all standards in greater depth and or teach more than one religious text. And that comes from what we would have as expectations for a full semester class.
Okay.
It's not in a standard, but it's what, supporting language?
Yes, and it would be passed as part of the standards package. So this
Okay.
would go into that 100+ page document. You know, we talked about how we're moving electives in. This table is currently in the active electives document, although because the Bible was from 2009, it did not have this. So like I said, we're going from 3 documents to 2 documents to really 1 at the end of the day. So all of that to say, it would be in your official record of the standards as voted upon and passed, and, you know, sent to all teachers as part of the standards package.
Okay. Do you have a visual on that frames, Rachel?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I see that table. Looking at the statute at 49.6 1026, it does reference that the course may include the impact of Bible on literature, art, music, culture, and politics. I know you know this already. And it cannot include, number one, teachings of religious doctrine, or number two, sectarian interpretation of the Bible or of texts from other religions or cultural traditions. So the way I interpret that is you can include texts from other religious or cultural traditions so long as those, the ones you're including, are not a sectarian interpretation of those texts, if that clarifies it at all. So the sectarian interpretation in that sentence, I read that as referring to both the Bible, number one, and number two, to other texts from other religions or cultural traditions. So I think the current wording of your proposed standard, I apologize, I'm pulling it up now. The full credit, where it references teaching more than one religious text, I don't think that would conflict with the statute in any way, as long as it's being taught in a non-sectarian manner. I hope I haven't made things more confusing.
Members, what questions do we have?
So if I'm hearing this correctly, essentially, because we're not permitted to teach the Bible in a sectarian manner, and so if any additional religious texts were being taught, they would just simply need to be taught in the same way that the Bible is being taught in the context of this course.
That's how I interpret it. I think that's an accurate reading. The sentence in the statute, let me pull it up. It says not include teachings of religious doctrine or sectarian interpretation of the Bible or of the other texts of other religions or cultural traditions. So yes, I think your interpretation is exactly correct.
Would it be best to direct all the teachers that reference this for the next 7 years with the parentheses that say that it's got to be done in a non-sectarian manner?
If you have, the ability to add that in, I think that would certainly help clarify and also show your intent to conform to the statute's requirements. So I think that's a great suggestion.
Totally agree, Chair Cornegas. I think we could add it to this table very easily, and then would also love, thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard, mind reader, as always. The other place I would direct your attention to, I know we normally look at the standards and then look at the course description, but this is what I was referencing before. We could beef this up in any manner that the members see fit. This says, as stated in TCA 49.6/1026, which is what Rachel, our general counsel, was just quoting. This course is to be taught in an objective and non-devotional manner with no attempt to indoctrinate students. So
yes,
this whole description is on the table, and that is the main guidance they will receive on electives.
I think that's very helpful to include the statutory language about how you're allowed to teach the course and not allowed to teach the course. So if you have the ability to include those kinds of, instructions in the description, I would certainly, recommend that.
Okay, so we would keep that as it currently stands then, because it does a good job with that.
Yeah, that's totally up to the committee's discretion, but what it is permitted under law based on what I'm understanding from Rachel.
Well,
So-
we paid a lot for this advice. I think we ought to accept it. So let's keep it the way we have it here. I think that's going to put everybody on notice that we expect teachers to comply with the law.
Yeah, and I would draw your attention to the and or, so that does give some teachers some optionality there.
Did you have any other questions regarding the Bible statute? I'm happy to stay on, of course, as you continue to work through them, but I didn't know if you had any at the moment.
I don't. Do any of the other committee members have any questions regarding the Bible standards as it's related to the law? No? Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank
We
you
hope
for all
you
the work you all are doing. I'm on
have a nice
standby.
evening.
If anything else comes up, just let me know. Now I know how to sign on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
And thank you for Brianna for finding that great resource for us. We feel more confident in what we're doing now.
So just one quick question. I mean, I understand. I think her explanation was very clear of the law, but going back to the supporting language, the course description and the content standards, particularly where there at the end, we have the structure, organization, progression. This course may be used as an example of how additional elective courses could be developed that focus on other religious texts as literature. Should we also include either in the previous paragraph and or in that paragraph, the language, that any sectarian influence should be avoided from the statute?
Yes.
So I think I would just say, the second half of that last sentence, and the progression of this course may be used as an example of how additional non-sectarian elective courses could be developed that focus on other religious texts as literature. Like, I think you can just use non-sectarian as an adjective to cover what she was saying. If I'm always to keep it short and sweet, but if y'all don't think that makes sense, push back.
We appreciate it, Dr. Stout. One other thing, and Tammy's the expert here. I think that this sentence was also designed to function as, so folks may be familiar, and I feel like Chair Kernagis has spoke to this in detail, that districts can apply for special courses. So I don't know if you're familiar with Facing History and Ourselves. They have a Holocaust education course that Memphis Shelby County offers, and the middle school I student taught at, that kind of stuff. If you want to teach, I'm sure your schools have really cool electives that are not, on any of the lists, including this
We
one.
had a course in beekeeping.
There we go. Perfect example, Chair Cornegas. So I think my understanding of this last sentence on the course description was also designed to say, like, if you want to do a special course, we have limited time on this document, but, feel free to use as you see fit, which this committee could continue that guidance, build upon it, or revise it as always. Tammy, what am I forgetting?
Thank you, Dr. Nell, for adding that to this. I think that's going to help clarify it for everybody and keep us safe.
And just my appreciation for Tammy and the original committee. I actually read the 2009 standards. You guys did a lot of work to even bring them to where we were able to edit them. So kudos to you guys for that work.
Absolutely.
I agree, Dr. Stout. I appreciate you. If anybody wants to take a look, it's this is what's actively being taught in Tennessee classrooms for Bible.
Are we having to review this language here now, or are we done with that?
I'm good if y'all are good.
Okay, we're good. Let's roll. Let's finish. We're so close, I can smell it. Next. Coach Hilliard.
Sorry, I had muted myself. I apologize. So VL 18 that will become our VL 15 reads, select and evaluate a visual text or texts for a desired effect. I find this a little confusing. Is it asking people to evaluate the effect of a visual text? Or is it asking them to select a visual text to create some sort of effect? If so, it feels outside of the context of what we've asked students to do elsewhere in this course.
We just say evaluate.
That's what I would propose. Just evaluate the effect of a visual text.
Agreed. Yeah, can you put in your proposed language, please? Okay, there it is. Is everybody okay with that language? Okay, I see a lot of head nods. Let's move on.
I have a question about VL14, and sorry I keep going back. I feel like I'm just a bit of a takes me a while to think through things. I don't think we have like a standard here that calls for discussion. Should we include some language about discussion? Is that encapsulated by verbally?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable with verbally doing that work.
I think that covers it. All right, next.
Okay. VL19, which will become VL16, reads, write a film or a book critique for a full-length film or a graphic novel.
Just language. I mean, I typically see book reviews. I suppose we could say film reviews, film critique. It's better, but
So just changing the word critique to review.
yeah, I think that would be better.
So write a film or book review for a full-length film or a graphic novel.
Okay. Anybody want to make any more changes? All right, let's go.
Okay. VL20, which is a bit of an odd one, reads, develop a portfolio of visual texts that create a cohesive theme or answer a specific prompt/question and features a variety of media types.
So you're creating visual texts.
I think because that's how I read it at first, but I think now it's actually taking visual texts that already exist and creating a portfolio of them, or creating like gathering as many of them as you can that fit a specific theme. So taking works that already exist and then finding thematic connections across those visual texts, I think is what's intended here. Otherwise, I mean, I think it should be that, because I don't think we should have one standard that reflects the creation of visual text after a bunch of other standards that don't.
I agree. So should we just say develop a portfolio of existing visual texts, just for clarification?
I think that makes sense. So develop a portfolio of existing visual texts. Can we just say on a cohesive theme rather than that create a cohesive theme? Thoughts there from anybody?
I guess I don't understand why we're asking them to put together a portfolio of other people's work. Like, what's the purpose?
Comparison contrast to try to develop that cohesive theme. It's a higher order thinking skill.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intention, like Chair Kernagis has said, is essentially to consider more broadly how various media attempt to address the same topic or theme. I just feel like it's that wording of the word portfolio, because it's not really a portfolio. Like, a portfolio seems to imply a creative process, and this is really not a creative process as much as it's asking them to identify multiple texts in various media that address a common theme. At least to me, that seems like what we're asking them to do, which I think is a worthwhile thing to do. But because as soon as I hear the word portfolio, I'm thinking of a creative task.
I like the way you stated that. I
What
think
about-
maybe the original teacher that wrote this up was going to use that as an exercise, and they were going to create a portfolio. But in terms of a standard that addresses all of the students in the state, I don't know that that's necessary.
Sure.
Now, did you sorry, Ms. Dockery. Go, Ms. Dockery, that's fine.
Ms. Dockery, you have the floor.
I'm wondering if maybe if we add, because I get what Dr. Stout was saying about why. So maybe if we had some language about like analyze their approaches or something to that effect, just to give the why are we just collecting a bunch of visuals.
You're comparing and contrasting. And you're summarizing. Now, a cohesive theme would be created with a specific prompt or question. I don't know that we need that back end of it. If they're answering a specific prompt, that's still a cohesive theme, is it not? No, maybe not.
I mean, I see where Ms. Dockery is coming from on this. Like, if we want to say identify visual texts of a variety of media types on a common theme,
Oh, present and analyze.
Analyze and present.
Analyze and present. Then the second part of what you just said. A variety of media texts connected by a common theme.
Well, I don't know. Can we just say, I don't love it, but I mean, they're just compiling the texts, right? They're not really developing a portfolio.
Right.
So compile a variety of visual texts with a cohesive theme or an answer to a specific prompt or question.
I like that.
So compile a variety of visual text on a common theme or in answer to a specific prompt or question.
I would just say compile and analyze. I mean, compile just seems very like third grade.
Okay, so compile and analyze a variety of visual text on a common theme or in answer to a specific prompt or question.
That's more rigorous for sure. I don't, that level of rigor wasn't contained in VL 20 originally, the analysis portion. And I'm good to add rigor. They call me Mr. Rigor.
So are we good on that standard then?
Yes.
Okay, then we have one remaining visual literacy standard. That is learn the language patterns and vocabulary for discussing the various image formats. We've already got a standard that says using discipline-specific language, discuss the techniques used to create the visual text. Do we need to have an entirely separate standard on language?
Absolutely not. I think
we can remove this one, right?
Yes, I agree with that. Anybody have a problem with that? No, we got to get our calendars out, boys and girls. We've come to the end of our time. Oh, how are you doing, Rosemary?
Pretty good, pretty busy today. Been running, but I came in and out.
Well, I'm glad to have you with us. We have been discussing this all day. How many more standards we got, Coach?
We have one elective course left, and it has, let's see, it has 13 standards. So
Okay,
we have
we'll knock
13
that out. We'll knock that out real quick. Well, after that, what do we have to do?
After that,
Brianna, what do we have to do?
Oh, you have your overall introduction, your appendix, your glossary, your references, that sort of bucket of work, and then you have your parking garage, and then we say goodbye.
Okay. All right, so we have to come up with an estimate. What's your best guess? Brianna, you've been through this before. How long is it going to take us to do that last task?
Good question. Let's look at your parking garage to see how many items you have. Of course, it depends on the scope. Right now, you have 43 items on your parking garage.
Yeah, how did that happen? Okay.
We can't say that you're not thorough.
No, we cannot say that.
I will say about half of those in the parking garage are glossary items.
Yes.
And I will say at once in my mind, that will likely be the thing we spend the most time on remaining is the glossary.
Yes. I would say in order of priority, your glossary is your most important. And I think Banks has sort of alluded to this because they will take they will take your standards very literally and they will take your glossary very literally. So I would encourage you to spend the most time on glossary, then on the introductions and sort of the language that Dr. Stout and Ms. Barrett have been leading. Then your references. I'm always happy to clean those up. I love to pull out my APA. I don't get to use it as much these days. And then I would say your appendix. The Department of Education has very kindly offered to support you with the appendix as much as y'all would like.
I think we'd like a lot of help. So,
my understanding on the appendix would be we would simply tell them what we want and then they would make it. Is that correct?
Yes, putting your comments, like let's focus more on comments than track changes, if that makes sense.
okay, excellent.
Um,
Okay, estimate. 4 hours enough for all this?
I would say 2 meetings, personally.
Okay,
I'm open to revisions on that answer, but
all right. We're going to target 4 hours, but we'll see what happens. I said we're going to take 5 more meetings when we left the last time, and this is our 5th meeting. So we have been cussing and discussing, and I just can't say enough about how wonderful we have come up with these things. The creative process is still there, and we're not exhausted yet. What about schedules? What's a good time for everybody? We got any time the rest of this week?
I'd say we probably need to look into next week.
Okay.
I cannot do Wednesday.
I can't do Monday.
Okay. Tuesday and Thursday. How's that resonate?
Okay. Both of those days are open for me.
Just a question, feel free to throw rocks at me. Is an early Saturday morning completely out the picture?
Throw rocks.
I mean, I can't because of cross country meets, but if but I'm just one person.
Well, that's enough. You're a very important person. So, yeah.
I appreciate the creativity, Dr. Stout.
Yes.
No bad ideas in a brainstorm. Okay. Tuesday, Thursday.
I cannot on Thursday. I'll be out of town on Thursday.
That's very fair. We'll just say we do need a quorum.
3:30 next Tuesday.
Is it possible? Is it for me to be like late, but then be here? My work is an hour away.
Can we do 4 to 8 rather than 3:30?
I do want to be mindful of our Eastern time folks. So currently when we meet at this time, our Eastern time folks are 4:30 to 8:30. I don't love sending them into
bedtime.
But I would say, Chair Cornelius, I defer to you. What we have to do is we have to have a quorum at any given time that anything is being discussed.
Who can make it at 3:30 next Tuesday? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a quorum right there.
Okay.
I will say, even if though, I mean, yes, it's a quorum. I will say, if as we draw closer to the end, I would ideally like to have as many folks as possible since we're making final decisions.
Yes.
There's
The
a
other
finality to that.
I agree, Vice Chair Hilliard. The other flag I'll make is what I do plan for a quorum, but when I'm planning for a quorum, I try to make sure there's at least 6 of you because, as we know, life happens. So, in my just full transparency, in my mind, a quorum is 6, so that life happens.
Okay, so 3:30 next Tuesday?
I don't know that did we have 6? I think we had 5. I think I saw Vice Chair Hilliard,
1,
Chair Carnegus 2,
2,
Singletary
3,
3.
4, 5, and Annie would be late.
And then I believe Miss Winters would also be late, right? And then Dr. Stout would be late, right?
I would be in and out again. I would have to take, I can't miss any more school. So I have to take that whole 90 minutes this time. Yeah.
I totally understand. So what would be your entry time, Dr. Stout, I guess?
I'd be here at 3:30, but I would leave this time at 5. And so I would basically be gone from 5 to 6:30.
So I think if Miss Winters is late and Miss Dockery's late, but Dr. Stout's here, then you have 6. And then hopefully, Dr. Stout and those two could high five if y'all are catching my 7:31 reference.
I know,
So that we would have 6 at any point, and then I would feel comfortable moving forward.
Okay.
If others would.
Ms. Winters, I put my time in the chat. It's 4:30 on Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay, so that means we'd have between 6 and 7 at any point, if I'm understanding everybody's availability correctly. Vice Chair Hilliard, how does that sit with you?
It's fine. I do have just an idea, and people can shoot this down if they want. But we would have a week between meetings, and obviously we can't deliberate outside of that time. But since we're predominantly working on the glossary in our next meeting, or at least I think that's where a lot of our attention is going to go. If we like independently, without deliberating at all, kind of started to draft some language for the glossary, and just if people kind of thought about the words that they felt were most essential to add and started to kind of draft some language there, I think that might expedite the process. Just a proposal. I think it could.
I think it's a wonderful idea, and I would be willing to do that. And hopefully, it looks like everybody else is going to give it some due consideration. So
That sounds like homework.
It would be homework. Yes, that is true. It is homework that if you don't want to do, I'm comfortable with you opting out of, which is not what I'm saying to my students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Josh, can you start the session for us when we need it?
Yes, I can. Yep.
All right. That's great.
And then I heard Thursday, Miss Singletary cannot do Thursday. Are there other folks who cannot do Thursday the 16th at 3:30?
I can't do Thursday because I have to preach on Thursdays.
Totally fine. Okay, so that would give us, what would that give us? That would give us 6. So we'd be sitting right at our threshold. Is everyone comfortable with that?
I have no problem with that.
Okay. So I will get those set up for the 14th and the 16th at 3:30 with the understanding that we're sitting at 6 at any given time for most of them. So just if you have conflicts, please tell me so that I'd rather reschedule. And I would hate for all of you to show up and then us all have to, move our lives and then have to disband low enough. So just please let me know.
As your servant leader, I will swear that we will be done by the 16th. I will push as hard as I can.
Y'all are doing great. Okay, and then I'll connect with advisors. I appreciate y'all staying 3 minutes over.
Okay. Any questions, comments? All right, then I declare this session to be adjourned, and we'll see you next Tuesday. Have a great week, everyone. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.